Morena koutou. Welcome to the Komiti Māori meeting. I'm going to hand the rākau to Te Taru, our opening karakia. Kia koe, Te Taru.
Tēnā koe te tiumana. Me koutou hokinga me mo te pāri o kaunihira o toi moana ki te mihata ki a koutou, me koutou hokinga kai tautoko, ngā kai mahi. Me ngā memo ta hapori hui mai nei tēnei rā ki te mihata ki a koutou. E te iwi o tauranga moana, e ngā karangatanga maha, ngā karangatanga hapu, huri no te motu tēnei te mihata ki a koutou. E karakia poto mo tātou, kei noi tātou. E honore he korori ki te atua, he maunga rongo ki te mato te whenua whakaaro pai ki ngā tāanga te katoamini. Hānge e te atua he ngā kauhau ki roto ki tēnā o mātou. Whakatongi o tō wairua tapu hei a whina, hei toho tohu a mātou, whiti whakaaro, whiti kōrero, e mui a tātou I tēnei rā, no re e pā, korori ki tōnu ngā tapu. Āmene.
Amina. Just so once again, welcome everybody to our meeting. Just some general housekeeping that I need to do before we start. So firstly, I'd just like to remind councillors and staff that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and that the recording will be made available on the Bay of Plenty Regional Council website following the meeting. I also remind all present that local government decision-making affords no protection to councillors, council officers and the public for comments made during meetings that are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined to be slanderous. Thank you. To begin our meeting proper, I'm going to call for apologies, please.
Madam Chair, I have to excuse myself for 1 hour at 10 on another council issue.
Thank you. I've also got an apology for Councillor Eti, who is still in transit and will be a late arrival. And just a welcome to those of our councillors that are on Zoom. I can see Councillor Thurston, Councillor Winters, and who else have I got there? Shari. For the time being. So welcome councillors on Zoom.
Chairman, it's Lyle here. Councillor Thompson has just texted me she's having great difficulty getting in, so she's trying to work with Shari as we speak.
Thank you. We'll sort that, Councillor Thurston. Can I have a mover and seconder for the apologies, please? Thank you, Councillor White, Councillor McMillan. All those in favour say aye. Thank you, carried. Just going through the format of our meeting today in the public forum, there are no public forum items. Items not on the agenda. There are no late items to be added to the agenda. Order of business. There is no change to the order of business. And I'll call now for declaration of conflicts of interest.
Madam Chair, there is an issue in one of the papers where Aratawa is mentioned, Te Arawa Aratawa. I'm an executive member of Te Arawa Aratawa, so when that point comes, we'll determine whether or not the matter is conflicting for me.
Thank you, Councillor White. Noted. We'll now move to our previous minutes, which are on page 8. And can I have a mover and seconder for those, please? Thank you, Councillor McMillan. Thank you, Councillor White. Matters arising. Don't see any matters arising. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye, carried. Thank you. We're going to move straight into our presentations. We have 2 lots of guests this morning. our first presenter. We did have an apology from Dale, who was going to present. We've got the lovely media here in his place this morning. No, my media, welcome to our meeting. And with no further ado, I'm going to hand the rako to you and allow you to present on Water Services Reform Program. Kia koe.
Ngā mihi o te ata kia koutou katoa. Tuatahi ko waiau, ko Media Magavi ahau, he ri tēnei no tūhaurangi Ngāti Wāhiao me Waikato Ngāti Amaru, he kaimahi ahau no te tari tai whenua. My name is Media Magavi. I work for the Department of Internal Affairs within the Iwi Māori Directorate team. I do have a hono to Tauranga Moana. An uncle of mine, Bobby Rawiri, he wrote one of your anthems over here, Tauranga Moana, so that's my proud little hononga to Tauranga Moana, nā reira, tēnā tātou. And apologies from my colleague Dale, who was actually supposed to come and present on Te Mana o Te Wai statements. Unfortunately, you now have me. I'm just going to give a quick summary and an update on the water services reform. So within the machinery of this operation, there are three key directorates. The first directorate looks after the policy and legislation. The second directorate is our National Transition Unit. They look after all the technical, operational and functional components of the water services reform. And lastly is the Iwi Māori Directorate. That's our team who are relatively new and have been brought on board to ensure that iwi and Māori are engaging in all the mechanisms to do with this whole reset. So part of the Iwi Māori Directorate team, Keith Aiken is newly appointed, no mani poto ia. He has taken over from Keita Kōrehe, and he's on your right. On the left is Jeremiah Sampson, no Ngārua Wāhia ia. And we, our iwi interface managers, we sit within the strategic relationships team. So we spread across the motu and we engage directly with iwi across the new 10 entities. Our Manataki Rua team, they ensure that our post-government settlement entities, that those obligations within those settlements are met and honoured. Our transition team, which Dale is a part of, look after the Te Mana o Te Wai statements, and then we have the funding team to enable our people to participate. Outside of that is comms and our strategic advisor. So this is our team spread out across the motu. Waitamaki ki te huku, they are already on the runway, and so they are already delivering to the legislation as it stands. I'm taking care of entities B and C, so that's Waikato, over here Bay of Plenty or Wairiki, down to Whakatohea, Te Whānau Apanui and into Tūwharetoa. And then we have Craig, who looks after Taranaki, Lauren Fletcher, who looks after entities E, F, and Ngā Rauira, who is the bottom of the North Island and top of the South, and then Paris, who looks after us all. Ngaitahu have a different arrangement. They work directly with their councils. So the focus for the Iwi Māori Directorate team is to stand up iwi collectors within our entities to ensure that Te Mana o Te Wai is at the forefront of our mahi and to ensure that settlements are transitioned correctly and with integrity. And we align this to our National Transition Unit, which is what we call a runway. So Te Mana o Te Wai, that was Dale's kaupapa today. She'll come back another day and talk to Te Mana o Te Wai, but in essence, it's not up to us to determine what Te Mana o Te Wai means for our people. You have Moana people, you have Geyser people, you have our people. It's up to our iwi to decide what Te Mana o Te Wai looks like for them and how they choose to participate in drawing up those statements. What we can offer is templates to enable and allow them to participate. So we're hearing different stories, and just this morning we understand that some of those statements are starting to come through around the Bay of Plenty. In terms of accessing funding, we are aware, well, the uncertainty of the elections puts us in a difficult position, but we're holding space for our iwi to engage. And at the moment, we're taking applications of interest for our iwi to pathway them into the He Pukenga Wai Fund so that they can participate. Unfortunately, there are some criteria issues for hapu, especially around Tauranga Moana, but we are working with those hapu to enable them to participate. Okay, so this is the time frame that we are working to stand up our entities. This is called a high-level runway. On the left-hand side, the yellow stars indicate some of the priorities that our iwi might want to engage in. Only a few. The red stars determine those timeframes that the pieces of mahi need to be completed by. So iwi aren't necessarily interested in plugging into all the priorities. For some iwi, they are only interested in te mana o te wai. Others are interested in plugging into the AMPs and the FFPs. Our job or our role is to provide the mechanisms for them to engage in those spaces. And then the go live dates or the preliminary go live dates for Bay of Plenty and down to Te Whakatohea October 1st, 2025. So it gives us an indication of when we need to start preparing to do the mahi, and then the 12 months lead up to ensuring that our people keep up with this runway so that they are visible in the different activities that will occur in the transition phase. So we do have an establishment director. Some of you may be aware of him, Vaughan Payne. He's well known across councils. The development plans are underway. A key priority for the establishment is to ensure that Te Mana o Te Wai is visible across the whole establishment development, as well as that treaty settlements are transitioned effectively. We have just opened our office in Waikato, so we're based on the awa over in Waikato, and our go live dates have just been released. So I am the iwi interface or engagement. I engage with our iwi across entities B and Cs. I'm here to support iwi and hapu collectives and unlock the doors to enable them to engage. Reira, that's a summary in a nutshell, outside of what they were supposed to do today. Reira, tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, media. Questions from councillors? Councillor Neese.
Thank you very much, Mira. Very interesting. So you may be expecting multiple Te Mana o Te Wai statements from iwi and hapu across Bay of Plenty. So how do those get reconciled within the Three Waters entity?
So that is not clear at the moment, but they will eventually end up in the establishment, within the establishment, and it depends on the design, organisational design, under what team those statements will sit with, but that's all co-design as we go.
The other issue that is worrying me is that we also are consulting with iwi and hapu across our region for our freshwater plan change for the RPS and the Natural Resources Plan, and it has been challenging to get the time from iwi and hapu, because they are involved in so many other reforms requiring their input. So I'm wondering how we can ensure that what we are hearing for our plans is the same as what you are receiving for your three water entities. I wonder if you have any comments about that.
Yeah, look, it comes down to relationships and how we collaborate and work together effectively, because our iwi are overwhelmed. They've got agencies, different agencies knocking on their doors every day. So if we can eliminate some of those barriers as agencies by working collectively to support the aspirations of our people, that's the end goal, but it's up to us to work together.
So would you be able to share the Te Manawa Te Wai statements that you've received from various iwi and hapu, or is that not going to be possible?
There's potential to. I think I'll leave that up to Dale, because that's Dale's work stream specific. But this is a start, coming to the table and understanding where you're at with your Te Manawa Te Wai statements and where we're at. It makes sense to work together and collaboratively.
I'll let Kataraina contribute to that discussion too, but before I do, I'll go to Councillor White.
Tēnā koe te tuihine, hei te whanaunga no tūharangi Ngāti Wāhi aoki. Kei te meha ki a kui moto whakātūranga ki a mātou tēnei rā. Yeah, it's just following on that issue, and I suppose, and this was, I guess, Kataraina is going to obviously provide some clarification from the regional council perspective, because I agree, there's so much happening with our iwi. There's a real risk of duplicating, and that collaboration is going to be essential. Because I know out there people will just get flooded by it and get hoha and just turn off, bang, and you won't get the quality conversations that we're expecting to have. So I'm going to leave it there, because I was going to pose the question if there was some clarity around how we might work in there, because we can talk collaboration, but we do need to spell it out at some point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's an excellent question, Councillor Nees, and that is the reason why we brought our colleagues here from Department of Internal Affairs, is that we're looking for how we can synergise some of our work where we have common interests in terms of the mahi that we do at Plenty Regional Council. So some of our iwi are looking at Te Manawa Te Wai statements too. And so what we're trying to do is work together and connect the dots, so that not only iwi don't get bombarded by several agencies wanting their attention, but so that we can just synergise the work that we're doing together, with the common kaupapa being water. And so we're trying to focus on the environmental outcomes and working together. So this is part of our engagement, trying to be really strategic about who we have relationships with. I hope that kind of answers it. Dale is the expert, and our kaupapa Māori water team are working with Dale in the background to see where we can have some synergy.
Any other questions? Any other questions from councillors?
If I could just add one more thing, sorry. So for our rohe, what we are doing currently is we're working with councils and iwi to draft up position statements in preparation for whoever the new incoming minister may be. Taranaki have already submitted their position statements, so iwi and councils. Waikato iwi meet tomorrow. Waikato Council meet early next week, and then Waikato iwi and council come together the following week. They have draft position statements that they're currently working on, and hoping that those will be completed in the coming weeks. There is a hui over here next week with Bay of Plenty councils to begin that work. We are pulling together a Wairiki collective to position themselves, and then we're going to bring councils and iwi together to pull together position statement. So I just thought I'd
Great. Taru.
Kia ora no, just what's caught my eye here is the He Pukenga Wai Fund and the eligibility to apply for that fund. Looks like it could be a bit of a battleground for people who comes forward because no, you will have PSGEs in particular tribal territories, you'll have iwi, you'll have hapu, you'll have all of these in the mix, all potentially applying for the fund. Any idea how that's going to be rationalised in the context of that, or just let it go and see who applies?
Ai matua, yes, that is a challenging, very challenging space. We have the team that looks after He Pukenga Wai. They take care of all of that. We just front facing to our iwi and hapu, and I'm very aware that just on the other side of the bay, our whānau te ranga pūmana whenua don't meet that criteria. And so we're having conversations internally on how then do we support hapu that don't access and can't access this. We haven't got the answers just yet, but that's up to a whole nother team outside of my role to determine what that is, unfortunately. But we'll have a clearer pathway post-election. That's all I can say on that, sorry.
Kia kaha.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Media. Our next presentation is from MFE, but Regional Council actually holds a seminar every 2 years. We've been holding our seminars for Māori in our so I'm just a thought came to mind as to whether the central government agencies and councils, maybe it's timely now for us to sit down together about holding seminars throughout the motu, particularly, well, I'm going to speak for the Bay of Plenty, of course, because I think the issue for all of us is the communication with iwi. And we all know the capacity that constrains iwi in participating in the space effectively. So I'm just wondering if we sat down around the table to discuss how we can look at a seminar around providing the information for them and having all present in a one-stop shop delivery. I think it will help the hapu iwi to join the dots of all the players that feature in the water space, Te Mana, Otawai, and we're about to hear about water service entities, which for hapu iwi, they have to cover all of those. It's not a section that councils and central government can divvy up. For the iwi, they have to deal with all of those in one place. And I'm just wondering if we could actually sit around and say to have that and how we could present that to iwi to help them in that whole engagement, and then actually putting together what they need to, or what's being requested of them. Katarain is just writing me a note saying that we don't have a regional hui in 2023, I'm saying, but in 2024, in collaboration with iwi, we may. Potentially. But that's just a regional council. There's no reason why we can't do a collaborative seminar and have you guys come on board to support us both in resourcing and presentations. I just lay that on the table for now.
Absolutely. Great whakaaro to ease the burden on our iwi to have everybody in the same room, and then they determine at what points they wish to engage with different agencies. I'm happy to be the main contact for that, and until we get to rangatira, I'm happy to take care of that initial.
Thank you. Thank you, Amelia. Thanks for the presentation. Excellent presentation. And we look forward to having you back. Thank you. Ngā mihi. I'll be right. From MFE. Our next presenters, I think most of us will recall Mikhail Akurangi, who was with us once upon a time. Welcome. Shad Rolliston, who we may all know, and Ben White. Welcome. I'm not going to take your time. I'm going to let you get into it and explain to us where you come from and your kaupapa. Kia ora.
Mōre ngā tātou. Tuatahi ake, ka tuku mihi kia koutou kia koera e te tiamana, I whakahaere nei tēnei o tō tātou nei hui. Huri ake rā ki ngā māngai kōru no tēnā o ngā wāhi huri ake rā o te moana atoi. Kia koera te taru, I whakatūwhirea hia tēnei o tō tātou nei hui. Wiki rā I ngā āpiha I ngā kaimahi kai muri nei. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Just want to thank you, Mate Mona, and the committee for taking the time for providing the time for us to have this conversation, an important conversation for the region. And just by way of context, I'm here in my capacity as supporting the Crown around upholding their treaty settlement obligations under the new resource management system. So that's the capacity I'm in today. Many of you will know me. I'm Shad Rolliston, he uri a hau no tauranga moana. Nō reira tēnā koutou. I'm going to hand it on to my colleagues to introduce themselves as well. We'll start with Ben.
Kia ora. Nā mema o te Komiti Māori, ko Ben White toko ingoa, no o tautahi a hau, engari kei te noho a hau I te whanganui a tara e nai nei. I'm Ben White, and along with Shad, I'm an engagement lead doing work for Manatū Mō Te Taiao to work with post-settlement governance entities to work out and agree how their redress that's affected by the resource management reforms is going to work in the new system. So I'm working with, I guess, the groups in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, so the members of the Rangataiki River Forum, so yeah, Tūhoi, Ngāti Tūwharetoa Bay of Plenty, and I also have a bit of a watching brief on groups in negotiations, so yet to conclude settlements, so whakatohia into whānau Apanui. Kia ora.
Mōre ngā tātou, ko Mikhail Akurangi tōku ingoa, he uri a hau no te whānau Apanui whakatohia ngai tai hoki. It's really awesome to be back in front of you all in a different capacity, obviously, but nice to see you all, and thank you for allowing us to come and have a kōrero today. I'm a principal advisor supporting the work that Ben and Shad are doing in the Bay of Plenty to uphold the treaty settlements and the new resource management system. We've got a brief presentation. So just before we go into talking about the mahi that we're doing with PSGEs in the area, I thought it might be a good opportunity to talk about some of the context that we're working in and some of the changes that have been proposed and now enacted, just to provide you guys some context. So as you know, we've got two new acts that have been enacted, Spatial Planning Act and the Natural and Built Environment Act, and also the Climate Adaptation Act is to come. So these are the two new pieces of legislation that we're working in. At a very high level, these are some of the key changes that the new system brings. Obviously, there'll be governance roles in every region. We have a new treaty clause that requires giving effect to the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And at the centre of the legislation is Te Oranga o Te Taiao. There will be a proactive monitoring of treaty performance by the National Māori entity, and this doesn't require a Waitangia Tribunal claim. Also, there is greater provision for the principles of te tiriti within the National Planning Framework, and this reflects Te Ao Māori, including Mātauranga Māori. Just so that there's a bit of a comparison between what does this mean in the new system compared to what we've got under the Resource Management Act. What you'll see there is, we've got a significant amount of national direction. We've got at a local and regional level, we've got a number of regional policy statements, we've got regional plans, and so it's quite a number of documents. And so in the new system, we're looking to streamline that. And if you look there on your right, you now have the National Planning Framework, regional spatial strategies, and NBA plans, natural and built environment plans, which consolidates all those ones that you've got there on the left. And hopefully, well, the aim is to create a much more streamlined consenting processes and consenting system, where a lot of the work in the new system will be done up front to reduce those timeframes at the bottom. In the new system, as you will be aware, there's no longer a role for the regional and district councils to be responsible for preparing regional plans and policy statements, and that will now fall to regional planning committees. And there'll be two planning documents as described in that previous slide, the natural and built environment plan and the regional spatial strategy. So just a bit of a diagram here to kind of describe where the existing policies fit into the new system. You'll see there at the top that the national policy statements and national direction feed straight into the national planning framework up the top and to your left. And then regional plans and district plans fit into the natural and built environment plans. And then on your right, we've got regional spatial strategies, and that's the regional policy statement provisions there. So regional planning committees is something that I think will be relevant to you all. And this slide just briefly describes what does that look like. You've got a minimum of 6 people on each joint committee, but there's no maximum. The minimum of those seats has to be provided for Māori representation, and that is a minimum. So again, there's no maximum there, and that there's a process that iwi and hapu will lead the selection process for its representatives there.
Aroha mai, Mikel, can I just ask a question? Yep. Is that separate 6 representatives for the whole of the motu?
Aye. Region for the region. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's different. Okay, just that's region. That's not the whole of the. Okay, kia ora.
I'll just step through what's intended around upholding treaty settlements. So, as you'll be aware, most settlements across New Zealand have RMA arrangements in them, principally being statutory acknowledgements, which record the relationships that Māori have to particular areas, and in a consenting process provides the opportunity for them to participate. So that's statutory acknowledgements, and the other one is around co-governance arrangements over natural resources, and we have a number of those across the Bay of Plenty, principally the Rangataiki River Forum, Te Marua Kaituna, the recently adopted Tarawera Awa Restoration Group. We also have, if we were to frame it in that sense, the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group, and while not formally settled, but still operational from that perspective, is the Tauranga Moana Advisory Forum. Under Schedule 2 in the SPA and MBA, articulates and sets out the requirements for the Crown to uphold, in these 3 words, the integrity, intent and effect of treaty settlements. And that sets out the process of how the Crown will engage with PSGEs in particular, around how they will uphold those. So there's some protections in there, particularly for PSGs, about how the Crown will do that, including how they'll resource PSGs to participate. Those conversations are underway, and they've been underway for at least 18 months now, even prior to the bills being enacted. In terms of the co-governance arrangements, the roles and functions, the Crown's committed to upholding the current arrangements in the new system. So the function and membership of the joint entities that we currently have won't change. So at the moment, there's a number of people that sit around the table that sit on each of those co-governance entities. The relationships and the participation of regional councils and local authorities and iwi Māori sitting in those co-governance arrangements will remain unchanged. The regional council functions that have changed in the new system relate to the preparation, as Mikhail's outlined, regional plans, and that relationship will then shift to the Regional Planning Committee. So the co-governance groups have prepared their strategy documents. It will be for the Regional Planning Committee to recognise and provide for those in the way they prepare the regional spatial strategies and the built environment plans. And the regional planning committees will be responsible for ensuring and for preparing and for integrating those into their planning documents.
Thank you, Shet. Just a question. Who is going to be servicing these regional planning committees? Because 6 people are not going to be able to integrate all of the plans on their own. So are they... I'd always understood that the councils themselves would be supporting the planning committees and feeding information, drafts, etc., into them for them to make the decisions, very much as an independent planning hearings panel does at the moment. But you're saying in your presentation that we will have no role, and I'm finding that a bit curious, particularly since we have a policy planning cycle where the plan is developed, it is operationalised by the councils, and then councils monitor the delivery of the plan, and that feeds through to provide information on how the plans need to be adjusted to be functional going forward. So it seems like what you're saying now is you're cutting that policy cycle, and you are not using the expertise within the councils to help the planning committee develop the work. And it just seems, I cannot see how it's going to work if it is the way you're saying.
So one of the intention in terms of operationalising that arrangement is that there will be secretariats set up to assist those committees in preparing those plans. That's the intention.
Won't that be duplicating a lot of the work that the regional council does? I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
The transition of this system is going to take quite a while. So the National Planning Framework needs to be worked through, and that'll be out, well, that'll be notified early next year. And then we start working through regional spatial strategies and then on to NBA plans. That implementation side of how the system works will need to be worked through between the Crown, regional councils, local authorities, and iwi Māori themselves.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I share most of the concerns that Councillor Nees espoused, but my real concern sort of at a higher level, and that is that there's an awful lot of work been going on, massive amount of work. the burden on iwi, particularly all the consultation required, as we heard from the previous presentation. But we all seem to be forgetting about the elephant in the room. And that is what's going to happen in 4 days' time. And we have opposition parties who have, and you can't always believe what opposition say, but they've campaigned against many of these aspects, pledged to repeal many of them within the first 100 days. And I'm just concerned that we're talking about the new system. We don't know what the new system is going to be, I would suggest, and on current polling, it would seem that we could have a change of government and some combination of what are currently opposition parties could well form a government, all pledged to make significant changes to the substance, the direction, the whole basis of what we're talking about today. And I'm just wondering, aren't we really just getting a bit ahead of ourselves, and we may be wasting an awful lot of time, because there could be a significant reset in terms of what we're taking as the new system.
Kia ora, and yeah, thanks very much for raising this issue. It kind of is the elephant in the room. Of course, there is an election upon us. We obviously are charged with serving the government of the day. We're here on behalf of, representing our minister. The new legislation has been enacted, but as you say, various opposition parties are on record as saying that they will repeal the new system. We simply have to wait and see what happens on Saturday, wait for a new government to form, and then the appointment of a Minister for the Environment, decisions taken by the new cabinet, and then we'll see where we're at. What we do know is, taking those parties at their word and their manifesto commitments that they will want to repeal the RMA and replace it with a new system, is that we will be in a similar situation to what we are now in terms of having to uphold settlements. That's the kaupapa that Shad, Mikhail and I are responsible for. So that conversation will continue, we assume, and that will involve ongoing dialogue with yourselves as the regional council in the Bay of Plenty. But beyond that, we simply need to proceed as we are and just see where we get to. But we certainly acknowledge that there is great uncertainty around where we're at the moment.
Okay, the new batting order. Chairman Leader, Councillor McMillan, Councillor Von Darlson.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
White.
Thank you, Chair, and kia ora, team. A couple of questions. Firstly, I see in the Regional Planning Committee structure that iwi and hapu will appoint an appointment group. The first question is, I presume that appointment group is to deal with the iwi hapu representation as opposed to the greater collective. And the second is that the appointment group will be responsible for engagement with local authorities in terms of the makeup of the planning committee. Therein lies a series of questions in terms of, does that essentially give iwi hapu a right of veto? And secondly, as you'll appreciate, Shad, a committee of 4 is much more efficient than a committee of 24.
Kia ora. Thanks, Doug, for the question. In terms of the appointment process, so the suggestion in the bills, or the way the bills, the acts are laid out, is that it sets out a suggested process for iwi to work through about pulling together across the region or iwi hapu to work out whether they can agree on an appointments panel or some kind of arrangements to make their appointments to the committee. That still needs to be worked through across, when we think about the Bay of Plenty, there's 36 odd iwi, probably more now, and then also the individual hapu. So the way the bills are set out is that it suggests the process for iwi and hapu to work through, and for them to come together to set up an appointments process or appointments panel to appoint people to the Regional Planning Committee. And then they'll sit there alongside council representatives to prepare the regional plan, and then the Crown will also participate when it comes to the regional spatial strategies.
Thanks, Shad. I don't envy you in your task, or iwi hapu in your task, but essentially when you stand back and look at this, in this region, as an example, you've got 30 something iwi. The debate amongst iwi will be, how do you get down to whether it's 6 or 10? You've then got another 6 local authorities to overlay that. You've got a contribution from the Crown, whether that's 3 or whether it's 6. You quickly end up at a vehicle that could potentially be very large. And the larger it is, as I made the commentary, committee of 4 is a lot more efficient in terms of a committee of 24, but wish you well in the process.
I suppose our task is quite defined in terms of how do we uphold the treaty settlement side. All of that other mechanical, the composition for regional committees, that still needs to be worked through. The task that we've been assigned is the treaty settlement, how do we uphold that in the new system, working with PSGs in particular, about making sure that they are treaty settlements and those arrangements do belong to them and the commitments that the Crown have signed up to. We need to get agreement from them about what that looks like and the transition process in the new system.
Kia ora koutou. I think my question probably has been answered, but it was really around in the result of a change of government, if there is a change of government, what aspects of this are protected? And I think what you're saying is around upholding the treaty settlements no matter what. But I suppose, is there any clarity on? Yep, that's all locked in no matter what happens, and all of those things could change. Is there a clear? Or not really, you just have to suck it and see? Yeah,
we are preparing advice for the incoming minister, the Ministry for the Environment, and I'm sure there will be a strong theme of that will be don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and start again. This is where we've got to as a result of 10 years of pretty intense work by a large number of parties, but all bets are off. We just do have to wait and see what a new government wants to do. Yeah. But the point about treaty settlements is, they are legally binding contracts between the Crown and iwi, and we need to, that's just a given that they have to be upheld in whatever the new system is. So we just need to make sure that redress that's affected by a repeal of the RMA continues to work in any new system.
My concern is that you've just said there's 10 years of work gone into this, and yet we have 2 acts of parliament that are now statute and one further one still to be done. And yet there's your statement in here says other committee members will represent local authorities or central government in the case of regional spatial strategies. And I think back to the cost of regional plans and the review of them, and we're talking tens of millions of dollars sometimes for one plan, let alone across the country. So this is a very expensive and I don't seem to have any clarity as how's this funding actually going to work? And is there can we just say, whew, that's bloody 10 million we don't have to find in our long-term plan a year, so that's good. Or you've been planning this as a central government body for 10 years, you say, and yet I have got no clarity as to how any of this funding is actually going to work. And we've got 2 statutes. Can you please explain?
In terms of the task that was set to us was quite focused on treaty settlement. So I acknowledge, Andrew, the concerns you've raised, and we've heard it from not just regional councils and local authorities, but from iwi themselves about how the system is going to be implemented and the ongoing issues around cost. That's kind of beyond where we are. We will take that back to the team, and I'm pretty sure they've heard it from others. And And so, yeah, I suppose that's what I can do is commit to responding back internally to the team about concerns raised here.
We've got 2 acts of parliament that have actually been in statute now, and it just amazes me that the ministries could get to this situation with such lack of clarity, and it puts us, we've got a lot of staff who work tirelessly on regional plans and district plans, and local government spends an inordinate amount of money on this, and they're up in the air. They probably don't, with what I've heard today, they have no better clarity as to their job future, because because if we're not doing it, maybe you'll second some of them, but hopefully, if you're an efficient and effective organisation, you'll rationalise, and that's the aim of the thing, I'm presuming. But we've got people's lives at stake here, and I think you're just taking it back. It needs to be a pretty determined take back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think there was a question in there for you, Shad, so I'll move on. This is the new batting order. I've got Councillor White, Councillor Nees and Councillor Eti.
Kia ora, Shad. Koroa i tō taha, kei te mihi atu kia koutou. Hey, look, yeah, I mean, upholding the settlements is pretty straightforward in terms of how do you, honour what has been already signed up to. So all the best for that, because I think that's where you're coming from. The other stuff that's been mentioned is work in progress that is yet to be finalised. There's so many questions in there and so many vulnerabilities in there. And when it comes down to iwi and the many iwi that are there, I'm sure we're capable over time to love each other so we can come together to make the right sort of decisions as an alliance. I never give up that space, mate. I actually believe in our people to be able to do that. It's how we exercise the process with them. So look, that's not a question either. All I'm basically saying is that I can see the separation between the two. So we can all get pretty emotional about the second part, but for me, we just park that and see what comes our way.
Thank you for the supplementary question. It's just in your presentation, you have a line saying that you're working with PSGEs to discuss the detail and deeds to amend are being progressed. So what is the scope of the deeds of amendment? Are they seeking to extend the quantum of the settlement, or only to make sure that the deeds reflect the potential new system, because we're going to be running a current system for quite some time, maybe even 10 years before the new system transitions. So I just need a bit of clarity on what these deeds of amendment are and how do we manage them in the transition, should these suite of legislation continue on. So that's my question, but I just also want to make a comment about Councillor von Dadelson's concerns. We are currently writing a 10-year plan, which has got a lot of funding in it for planning, and we rate for that. So goodness knows how the regional planning committees are going to manage to get their funding for their planning.
Kia ora. Couple of very good points in there. So starting with the question around, what is the scope of the deeds to amend? So as Shad was explaining, in Schedule 2 of both of the new statutes is a commitment or requirement that the Crown uphold the integrity and intent and effect of the treaty settlements. So that's really to uphold. It's not, we have no mandate, Shad and I, to negotiate further redress or enhancements to those treaty settlements. So, we're very clear about that. You rightly point out that, there is going to be this long transition. And during that time, the current system under the RMA and that redress as provided for in the settlements will continue to operate under the RMA. So what we're doing in those deeds to amend is not repealing provisions in there that relate to, for example, the Rangataiki River Forum and how that works and interacts with the regional council's regional plan. We're adding provisions in and leaving the RMA stuff there. So there will be two systems in operation for some time. And it is estimated that transition will take up to 10 years. So during that time, the regional council will continue to have its obligations under that settlement, and the regional planning committee will be constituted and will develop first the regional spatial strategy and then the Natural Built Environment Act plan for the Bay of Plenty, and we'll have to, and using the example again of the Rangataiki River Forum, recognise and provide for the Rangataiki River document as the regional council does currently in your regional plan.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, tēnā rā tātou, kia ora koutou, he mahi nui o koutou mahi. You may have actually answered my question, which was around, I understand, with regards to the co-governance forums that were set up out of settlements, that are very specific and basically unrepealable. But when it comes to the provisions in the SPA and the MBA, and the specific wording around upholding the integrity, intent, and giving effect to, as we know, words hold power, and say the incoming government doesn't completely throw the baby out with the bathwater, but they could come through and change words from give effect to give consideration to. Are those things possible? And I guess, how will you be managing your relationship with iwi if you've gone out and had this consultation and said, hey, these are the new rules, this is our working relationship, and then you are sent back out to be cannon fodder and so, actually, we're not going to give effect to it anymore, we're going to give it some consideration, perhaps.
Yeah, that doesn't really bear thinking about. So look, ultimately, ministers can make decisions and Parliament can enact legislation, and we just have to live with that. I think, a scenario such as you suggest, where those requirements are wound back considerably and weakened, could precipitate all sorts of drama, and it's not really for me to speculate about what might happen. But as public servants, we do serve the minister, and we wouldn't have a lot of choice. But that would be seriously undermining the integrity, intent, and effect of treaty settlements, and I think that could precipitate some perhaps constitutional crisis. I don't know, but we can't rule it out. Yeah.
I just want to say the up and coming election has been of concern to the PSGs we've been engaging with. So they're aware of the uncertainties that an election could present. So they're well aware of the issues and challenges before us, but also before them, and then also to our partners around the table here.
Kia ora. There's a couple of questions I have. One is on the entities that you are talking to. So very easy when you've got the post-settlement governance entities. I'm wondering if there's such a thing as a pre-settlement. I'm thinking of where there's not agreement, perhaps our good friends from Hauraki, who have an arguable case to have mana moana over the Tauranga Harbour, for instance. So, what is happening there? And there may be other border issues, right, where there's the border of the region doesn't match the border for iwi. So there's going to be issues there. So that's my first question. What do you see as the issues there? How are they going to be progressed? What problems may they persist, and how will that affect the regional council? And then I have a second question around the new national entity that doesn't require a claim to the Waitangi Tribunal. I'm interested in where does that sit in the hierarchy of issues. So if this entity doesn't provide satisfaction, does it then become a Waitangi Tribunal claim, or is it a totally different stream? So there's sort of two different questions there.
I'll start with the first one. So when we think about treaty settlements, they are binding agreements between the Crown and PSGEs. So transitioning into the new system, we need to work with the PSGEs ultimately to get agreement, and as Ben's articulated, to amend their deeds and amend their legislation so that it aligns in the new system, that the Crown will uphold it. Bit of a like for like. So in the current RMA, that the Crown have made commitments that it will remain and be consistent with how it's given effect to in the new system. So ultimately, the Crown needs to reach an agreement with each PSGE. Now, if we can't reach agreement with PSGEs, and there's always a risk that we may not, in the schedules themselves and in the acts themselves, there are protections that the current effect under the RMA will remain. There is an onus on the Crown to work with each PSGE to help transition and work through some of those issues that may arise. But the intention is that from a Crown perspective, you've currently got this, and the new system, the Crown thinks there's an equivalency here. If there's a disagreement, the current system under the RMA will prevail.
If I could just add to that, in terms of your question about groups who are yet to settle, so their settlement legislation hasn't passed, we are actively engaging with those groups. So there's a lot of groups, for example, that have initialed a deed of settlement or have signed a deed of settlement, but their legislation hasn't passed yet. And so we're meeting with them and talking to them about how that redress would work in the new system. Yeah.
And just thinking about the Tauranga Moana iwi, we are working with the unsettled, as Ben has outlined. So with the Tauranga Moana iwi here, and particularly around the Moana. So we are working through Te Arawhiti, trying to work through how we might resolve, or how Te Arawhiti and the Crown might resolve some of those issues, particularly how it relates to the RMA and in the new system.
I can answer your question about National Māori Entity. So the National Māori Entity is an independent group that has a purely monitoring function, and that parties can take issues to that entity for consideration, and then they will make recommendations with various agencies in response to that. That doesn't prevent that party from then going and taking a Waitangi Tribunal application as well. So it's an and, not and or, it's both.
So do those recommendations, are they genuine like recommendations, this would be a nice thing to do, or are they basically directions?
Recommendations.
Sorry, any other questions from councillors? Online? There's no online.
Sorry, I know there's a lot of concern and anxiety about what's proposed in the new system. What I'm going to suggest is that we go back to the organisation and actually get somebody here to talk about the broader reform program, to answer some of those bigger questions that you've got around, and it'll probably be post-election, I would suggest, and we might have a bit more certainty about what might occur. But I'll suggest that we get somebody from the broader team that can talk about, particularly around implementation and the concerns that you've raised about how this is going to be managed, who's going to be paying, how long it's going to take, how does it integrate in through the NPF, the National Planning Framework, the regional spatial strategies, and the plans themselves, and then also transition. So we'll make a commitment to suggest that next time we'll get somebody that can answer those broader questions, given our mandate is quite focused around how do we uphold treaty settlements.
Thank you, Shad. We will take you up on the offer to come back and represent post treaty. Post treaty. Got treaty on my brain now that you've presented post election. And I think it'll be timely too if we're talking about getting together to go out and talk to the iwi, because we may be singing a slightly different song if we were going out now. So it makes sense that we have you back before we even contemplate what a multi-agency seminar might look like to support hapu iwi. On that, I'd like to thank the three of you for coming. That was an excellent presentation, and good luck. Okay, councillors, we're going to take a break, a 15-minute break, and coffee time, and we will come back at what time? And we'll be back at 5 to 11. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to hand the rako to Kataraina, who is going to introduce our next speakers of the next presentation.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just referring to page 14 of your agendas, I'd like to introduce Anaru Vuko, who is Principal Advisor for the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and co-author of the report. Nessa Steed co-authored this report. Nessa is having a holiday overseas, so Anaru will be presenting on this primarily. We also have online Huiro Stewart, who's coming online. There we are. Huiro is works as a contractor for the policy team and has done a lot of the engagement with Māori for this kaupapa. Thank you. Over to you, Anaru.
Kia ora, councillors. Yes, just as and through the chair, Kataraina outlined, NASA said that he wouldn't be here, he's going for holidays, so he said, Anaru, can you present at Committee Māori? I believe, councillors, that you've already received a report through the Strategy and Policy Committee back in May on this particular item, so I'm not going to labour anything that's already been covered, but this is primarily around focusing on some of the implications for Māori land and general title in respect of the NPS HPL. Once I've done the presentation, I might hand it over to Huiro, who's online at the moment, just to cover off anything that I might have missed. But if we just go straight to the presentation, I'll be pretty brief. So this was covered off at Strategy and Policy. Just quickly, this is the objective of the NPS HPL, and it's basically to protect land that is highly productive. There are 9 policies that are all aimed at protecting a finite resource. There is limited amount of HPL in classes LUC 1 to 3, which is basically the soil type left in the country across New Zealand. The Bay of Plenty, and I'll come to it in a minute, has quite a large number of areas that have been classified LUC 1 to 3. There are some interfaces between urban development and our freshwater program that have to be taken into account. There are exemptions under this policy relating to Māori land, which I'll cover off as well. There are other provisions that restrict certain types of activities now on HPL land. NASA would have mentioned in his previous report that as part of Plan Change 8, effectively this is a mapping exercise to identify highly productive land within the Bay of Plenty region. Yep, thanks, Shari. As I've just mentioned, so it's a mapping exercise. The National Policy Statement came into force back in October 2022. So the planning team's already in motion about considering undertaking consultation. Part of that consultation process will involve tangata whenua. There will be some areas, depending on scale, location, that will have different levels of impact. Determination of how to use the maps will come down to actually further detailed work in identifying parcels of land that will have implications for Māori, which I'll focus on very shortly. Yeah, thanks, Shari. I think I've covered this. I'm going to show some maps towards the end of the presentation that show what HPL looks like in our region. Thanks, Shari. Now I'm going to get to the knuckle or the heart of why I'm here today, and that is to look at the implications for Māori landowners. Currently, under the National Policy Statement, these classes or forms of land tenure are exempted from the restrictions under the NPS. Pretty much what it's setting out is that Māori customary land and freehold land is pretty much exempted. By the way, all of these categories still have to apply reverse sensitivity matters, so they cannot undertake, or they can undertake activities on their land, but it has to meet the reverse sensitivity requirements if there is highly productive land adjacent to it. So land vested in the Māori trustee, obviously the Māori trustees are a different set of circumstances where shareholders have not been identified, so the Māori trustee holds that land, and until such time as they have been identified, they remain in trust with the Māori trustee. There's reservation land set out under the Te Ture Whenua Act that is also exempt. We have one treaty settlement that recognises the Uruwera as a legal entity. So that's with the Tūhoe settlement. That is also exempt from the provisions. Tamaki Makaurau, it doesn't really affect us, but what does, the other type of land that is exempted is where you have a settlement and land that has been returned to iwi under general title is exempted. We're not too sure about land that is under right of first refusal. That's a different set of circumstances where the iwi are given the opportunity to buy back the land. So in that particular case, we're not too sure. That area is a little bit grey. Thanks, Shari. So what we have currently in the Bay of Plenty is that we do have Māori customary and freehold title within the Bay of Plenty region, but for a number of reasons, and they vary, some of the land has been converted from freehold to general title. The main reason being is that some landowners wanted to undertake activities like building houses, but they were unable to get the securities from the bank. They were unable to obtain a loan from the bank because the banks weren't happy about the type of land being put up for security, freehold or customary. So landowners converted to general title in order to obtain loans. And there are quite a number of pockets of these lands right across the region, along the coast, inland, where the NPS has not taken these types of land tenure into account. Some marae, some hapu, purchased land with the sole purpose of building papakainga, and some have expressed concern that even though it is under a different tenure system as opposed to a freehold or customary title, they still treat it as if it was Māori land. Unfortunately, though, if they're located within HPL, then they are subject to those restrictions. What is required when we do begin to do some work on the mapping side of things prior to notification is that we need to have a more thorough understanding of the land parcels within the region that are caught by this. So this is fundamentally all about implications for Māori. We don't have that level of information. It is located in other databases, but we need to retrieve all of that information where we possibly can. Further implications include we have climate change, especially climate adaptation and managed retreat. Some marae that are located, for example, along the coast, the only land that they have to retreat to is in general title. And that land falls within highly productive land. So they're restricted in terms of retreating to further inland. That's just one example of where the layers of NPS have started to cause some consternation amongst Māori communities. And that's before we start talking about intensification through the NPS UD and the implications coming through from the NPS FM. So these different layers have affected Māori, particularly where land blocks are between 1 to 3 hectares in size, maybe 1 to 2. They're not suitable for intensive primary production. They were set apart primarily for a place for the whānau to be able to return to and build on. Thanks, Shari. The policy does offer some solutions. So you can spot zone using multi-purpose zones. So you can piggyback off a plan change that's in progress, or you can initiate a private plan change. Both options are costly for the landowner, particularly a private plan change where they're effectively taking all the brunt of the costs. And doing it in a spot zoning way, you're going to have a high level of coordination around how that's going to happen. One of the suggestions is that landowners come together rather than spot zoning their pieces of land, they zone collectively general title within the same area. Conversion back to Māori freehold land is actually going in the opposite direction from why they went to general title in the first place, and that was to get loans. So if they go back to freehold title, they're back to where they were. So while the NPS HPL is all about preserving highly productive land, there are some concerns that tangata whenua have already expressed around what happens to their little parcel of land that they've set aside for their whānau, quite apart from primary production. Now, if I can ask Huiaro if you'd like to make any comments.
Tēnā tātou te kaunihira. The only comment I'll make is around the conversion to Māori freehold land. It's actually a little bit more complex than just, I guess, putting an application in. There are other implications for our whānau that are what we call taurahere. You know, they may have purchased a piece of general title land in Aotearoa, but if they go to convert it to Māori freehold land, it triggers Te Ture Whenua, which I guess lands on the hapu that affiliate to the whenua, so it makes it null and void for the interests of there. So there's just layers and layers and layers, and while these are remedies, well, you could consider them potential remedies, they actually don't really address the issue. Yeah, that's all I'll add.
Thanks. So I think the next couple of slides are the maps. Yeah. So sorry, it's not very good. The grey, blue, and pink areas are classed as LUC 1 to 2. These are the areas of highly productive land, Eastern Bay. A lot of marae are located within LUC 1 along the coast, and towards the lakes we have people that have land in general title that are also caught by these zones. Next one, Shari. And it gets a little bit intensive towards Western Bay of Plenty. There's quite a few. We have whānau, we have hapu here in Tauranga Moana that have purchased land, general title, but for the sole purpose of building papakainga. Unfortunately for them, the land's located within HPL. They haven't, as far as I'm aware, commenced developing their papakainga, but this is a concern for them. So you can see that there's quite, Bay of Plenty does have quite a lot of HPL. And Central Bay of Plenty, Shari. There you go. So basically this is giving you an understanding of where these areas are going to be mapped. As I mentioned earlier before, the detailed mapping is going to have to include land in various different types of title, particularly where we can, hopefully identify Māori land that's in general title. So the ultimate purpose of this is to put to, in the recommendation of the report.
Before you go on, through you, Madam Chair, can I just ask, in the western coastline, you've got some 3 areas, or maybe 4 areas marked there with a dark blue. One of them is Te Tumu, obviously. Very easy to pick out. Why is that? Why are they marked? Do you know?
Because they fall under the classification for soil types under LUC 1 to 3. Where you do have land that's already gone through a process of subdivision, then they're excluded. But you cannot then go further out if you haven't already signalled it. Yeah.
Can you change it to the central one? Just on this one, Anaru, all the highly productive land around Lake Rotorua, very familiar with this particular area and the high level of nutrients going into Lake Rotorua under the incentive program, as part of that particular program back then to try and get the environmental balance right. Highly productive land up there, over 70% or 75% of the nitrogen was generated from those lands. That was the data at the time. And of course, it's highly productive, massive increase of dairy farming up in that area. And the idea was to try and influence change around that particular situation, the environmental protection of the lakes. How, in that particular context, how is this particular scenario played out in the context of what you're presenting? You've got highly productive land, known to actually exude significant amounts of nitrogen, a program to try and reduce nitrogen intensification into the lake. So how does this play out if people wanted to take an alternative like developing a lifestyle block or housing or whatever else?
Yeah, so if you want to develop a lifestyle block, you can't. You won't be able to do that, not under the HPL.
Yeah, under the HPL, but if there were existing ones, because I know in one of the programs that they did develop land lifestyle blocks in one of the areas.
Yep. So they're pretty much exempt. So if you've already got, like I said, a subdivision in play or about to go through, then you're pretty much exempted from the restrictions under the HPL. In terms of the nitrate runoff, that's where you get the overlays of other national policy statements like freshwater management, controlling the quality of water, etc. So that was fascinated listening to the discussion on the NBEA, but that's where the NPF, the National Policy Planning Framework, is going to address which NPS takes precedent over another. The MPF won't be here until, well, they're looking at April next year to notify the MPF. But as I said, we've got an election in play. But the MPF is basically going back to your point, how do you manage all of that stuff? The MPF was proposed to be able to do that in terms of policy direction. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I sort of see the dilemmas and the problems sort of at that micro level, but it really, to me, highlights the nonsense of the overall policy direction. Because if you look at the Western, or look at the Bay of Plenty, the intense growth areas, Omokoroa, East City, Tariko West, all HPL lands. So we're talking about 50,000 people, tens of thousands of hectares development there. If you look at Auckland, it's Cleveland, Albany, Pukekohe, Pocono, all highly productive lands. If you look at Hamilton, it's Te Rapa, Te Kowhai, Horatu, Gordonton, all high productive lands. So it's the nonsense of the overall policy. We're impinging on, at the micro level, and individual property owners, but then in the grand sense, we're doing this development on a huge, massive scale, and somehow saying through district planning that's all fine. To me, the whole policy is just nonsense.
Yeah, and that's the similar sort of feedback from tangata whenua, where you've got one policy stating that you need to free up land for residential development, and then another coming over the top saying, no, you must restrict the type of activities that you're undertaking. Yes, I can appreciate the level of concern. Sorry. I'll let you go through.
Look, just a commentary, Chair. This discussion is an absolutely critical segue into what you're going to talk about tomorrow. Because currently, Toi Moana has made no provision for vegetable production under this NPS, despite having seen those maps up here that show where the highly productive land is. As you displace a lot of that highly productive land, which Councillor Shirley's referred to, on those peninsulas, you get to that historically drained land, whether it's out of Makatu or it's the Rangataiki Plains, which then becomes the vegetable food production source, because it is highly productive land. Geology tells you that. But I think tomorrow, as we go into this discussion, the issue about, and history will show, at our peril, we ignore the lessons of history that said we should always be self-sufficient in those items that we call food. Now, the next issue is, whilst we refer to vegetables here, what's vegetable versus food? So, for instance, you take maize production. Historically, maize production has been the Waikato Bay of Plenty. With new plant varieties, you can go to Canterbury now and get plant maize and get equal yields as what you can do in the Bay of Plenty here. So it's not a linear line in terms of having a discussion about this. These are evolving technologies, and Councillor Von Duddleston knows this because he's been at the forefront of some of this design and the future in terms of food production, crop production. But I'd implore you tomorrow to think about this, what Anaru has just presented to you in terms of the capability the Bay of Plenty has relative to the nutrient intensification, rotation, and all those issues. And I don't think I'm wrong, Anaru, am I, in terms of that overview?
Through the chair, no. So what I'm referring to, you're not wrong, is what we're dealing with. So in terms of HPL, that's quite right. In terms of land ownership, we're talking about very small blocks that are caught by this policy. So it doesn't affect future thinking around what we should be doing, what we should be promoting within the region in terms of highly productive land. But there are implications for landowners that don't want to participate in that type of activity, but don't have the land size to be able to turn it into primary production.
Maybe I should wait for you to finish, but really I suppose it's just linking this to our last committee Māori where we were on marae, and this was very much expressed as a huge frustration, and I can totally understand, you know, when people are trying to build housing for whānau, hapu, and this comes over the top of it, and they've got the land, but due to all the problems you've outlined, they can't get on and do it. And then, like you say, a private plan change is not only expensive, but it takes a long time and holds everything up. And so the mapping of all the general title Māori land and all the other types, I understand that, and I think that's awesome. So once that's done, and you're probably going on to tell us this, but how do we then enable, with these instruments over the top, how do we then enable Māori to be able to, without having to turn their general title land back to freehold and trying to sort of dance around all these planning instruments, how do we enable them?
So I was going to sort of counsel it through the chair. I was going to finish off by saying, referring to the recommendation. So the first step, I think, is for council to signal if they support making a recommendation based on the matters that I've raised today. They are calling for submissions to amend the MPS HPL, but it's limited in scope. So it's basically to do with submissions for new specified infrastructure, and the other one is around indoor intensive primary production. We have spoken to MFE, and there is nothing stopping the committee from making that decision around preparing a recommendation outside the scope of what they are calling for. I think that they have, well, my opinion is I think they haven't looked into this matter carefully enough. They have pointed us to go and look to see if we can put a submission on natural hazards policy. And I can't remember the other one, but effectively this is the one that is going to affect these landowners. So I think the first step is to put in a submission, and it might be a call for, can you designate these small areas outside of the HPL? Something like that. I'm just putting up a suggestion here.
If, sorry, through your chair, if they're not on the map, then there wouldn't be so it's very specific what you're talking about. So let's say accidentally the map didn't include a certain piece of land, then they've have no way, because the map, or is the map a working document that?
Yes, so through the chair, for our purposes, it would be to understand, first of all, the level of the implications for land and general title, to get an understanding. The mapping won't cover every parcel of land, but we would provide the opportunity for people to come forward to voice their concerns. But we'll hopefully be able to pull down data from LINZ, Māori Land Online, etc.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. This is clearly a significant kaupapa, and I'd like to thank staff for highlighting this. As you said, MFE have not looked at it carefully enough, and so I would be fully supportive of this council through this committee to be making the submission, and happy to move the recommendations, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair. Anaru, have you finished your PowerPoint?
Yes, basically that's it, yes.
Huiro, do you have any further comments?
No further comments from me.
Madam Chair, can I just make a comment? Just want to endorse what Councillor Eadie has said. This is huge for iwi around our country. You know, from the point of housing, particularly. I mean, land trusts and corporations are all over this in terms of their planning. They want to do this, and there are restrictions as it stands at the moment. You know, there are moves to encourage the development of ahuwhenua land and for banking institutions to consider how that might happen. So all of this is going on, and it's really, really important that that we add our name to a submission of worth. And that's what I'm saying from the conversations we're having now, because it is extremely important. You know, and there's no doubt even across the Motu, this particular subject matter will be high on their agenda. So I think we need to do our piece from a regional council point of view to put our point of view up around this and magnifying, I guess, the recommendation that's coming through from Andrew and the team.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I support us making a submission, but I think there's a point of principle here. If we're talking about general lands, I don't think we can make a distinction between based on ethnicity or heritage of the landowner. I think we'd have to have it on a point of principle of all landowners on a certain size, because there's an awful lot of people that face the same problem that iwi face with small blocks of land and the imposition of this constraint. So general land, I think we have to treat in a neutral sense for all landowners according to whatever criteria we decide. I think to go down the other path is a very dangerous path to go down.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, because what you're talking about is general land that was Māori freehold land that has been converted to general land, is my understanding, for the purpose of trying to get a mortgage or a loan to enable building of houses. So I think it's quite straightforward on the limb, the difference between that and then the purpose of the planning instrument, which is for the very reason of stopping lifestyle block developments on general land where appropriate, to not gobble up all the land that Doug's talking about in terms of productivity. So I'm not with you on that, Ken. I think there's a very clear distinction of what we're talking about.
So ultimately, all general title was arguably once Maori land. So, you know, it's general title is general title, and it has to be treated as so in law.
Yeah,
Thank you.
as I said,
Can I add a comment to that? There's actually two types of general title that we're talking about in the context of this. So we've got general title land, which is the land you buy, like when you buy a house, and then you've got general title owned by Māori. So essentially, it's still collectively owned. It has a general title on it. It operates and behaves in the same way. Banks aren't as lenient towards it, but they are more lenient than Māori freehold land. So there's other layers in this as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important distinction. You know, the efforts of changing it from Māori freehold land to general land was actually to try and get access to banking loans that they otherwise couldn't get. I do know, and I've been part of this, there's a movement to try and get back from general title to Māori title. Again, for the reasons of protecting, but with the opportunity to access money or from the banks or loans under that particular scenario. So it provides protection, but it gives access. So there is a distinction, and I'm with you, Ken, in the context of the general title as explained up there, but in the context of Māori land, there is a big difference here.
Just quickly, Anna, yeah, I support the recommendations and mapping, and I'd also be interested in mapping where the HPL overlays proposed development. For example, you know, the Rotorua FDS, when I looked at the central map, there seemed to be potentially some major clashes there, along with the Tauriko one here in the Western Bay of Plenty, and any others we know about, just so you get a sense of the impingement this could make, you know. And the second comment I'd make is a big difference between highly productive land and natural hazards. You know, you can't avoid natural hazards. They're in the lap of other people. But, you know, the issue around highly productive land is, in my view, quite discretionary.
Just a question to you, Anaru, and maybe Huero. In your research around the Māori tenure, did you actually look at the blocks of Māori land through 1967 legislation that automatically changed the title of Māori land to general title without any actual consultation engagement with Māori? It was a piece of legislation that automatically changed the title to general title anyway. And I'm just wondering whether you considered that in this as well, because the hapu of Ngaitama Wharua and that whole marae complex, that's what applied to that hapu. That whole settlement through the 1916 legislation automatically changed those titles to general land. And it wasn't until years later that the owners actually learned that their land had been turned to general title. And it was for the purpose of accessing loans. So that's another history, I guess, to the change of tenure from Māori land to general title.
Tēnā koe, Councillor. What you just described is exactly how general title owned by Māori came into play. So essentially, most of those records are still held by the Māori Land Court, and that's really, if we're honest, that is the only source of information that we can lean on for this kind of engagement. So the part of the mahi that I've done is I've actually gone through and scoped all those blocks and overlaid the highly productive land web viewer to identify who's impacted based on whose title is still currently in that, I guess, space at the moment. So in short, yes, but there is, I mean, based on that definition alone, there's still a whole group of whānau that are affected by this that we can't actually target because the data isn't, like, it's general data through the district council, and we can make a few assumptions, but you know, based on someone's name, how can you tell whether or not it's Māori that own this whenua? So it's yeah, it's going to be a bit of an exercise.
So through the chair, so I mentioned earlier in the presentation that as part of the mapping exercise, further work needs to be done on this. So that's your example is just one example. There is land that was taken via confiscation but was not returned to you, but has been purchased by hapu under general title, but it was their land. So there are multiple layers of this, but it's coming down to what is going to be practical to be implemented fairly across what is quite a complicated issue.
I guess the other issue that we may have here in the Western Bay too is that whole Papakainga development that's been planned through smart growth and the implication of this on that development, which I know we haven't looked at with the smart growth combined tangata whenua meetings yet. So when I saw this, it kind of turned on a red light for what we're planning in the smart growth space. So I think all the more reason why we need to get a submission in. And I guess just to Councillor Shirley's point, I hear what you're saying, Councillor, but I think in this context, we're actually looking at the implications for Māori land. I think if we're managed to find some headway into addressing that, then maybe through our own policies, we look at how that can be applied to general land other than being owned by Māori.
Chair, second the submission, please, if I can. Recommendation. And just to follow on from that, a strong submission would be favourable from my point of view after 21 years of battling policy from Wellington and that, and seeing people living 2 and 3 families in a house, 1 toilet, 1 shower, 1 bath. It is a shameful situation, and we've got a fairly substantial council here. We need to put some clout behind this. There's people living in the east in those sort of situations right now, and I know I'm totally supportive of Councillor Eadie. Thank you.
Thank you. I also support the submission, but I just ask, would there be any consideration of a size of a block in the submission? I know that in the NPS urban development and plan change 6, there was a 5 hectare size that was proposed within that plan change. So is there any consideration of size of these smaller blocks that you'd be including in the submission?
I think someone mentioned in the report, Councillor Nees, am I correct, Katharina?
For
on average,
confirmation.
Yeah, on average, they're around, between that 1 to 3 hectare size.
So
some would be slightly bigger, some smaller.
So just for this purpose of the submission, I'd like to know if we are going to note a size, what is it?
Kia ora, Councillor. Excellent question. I think what we'll do is, there seems to be general consensus to do a submission, is that we will look into that and we will ensure that Komiti Māori are happy with our recommendations on behalf of Komiti Māori. So that's some work that we will do in collaboration with the Huero, who's contracted to do this work. So I just want to clarify, please, that the submission will be prepared and led by Komiti Māori as per its mandate through its terms of reference. I just want to clarify that, please.
Through the chair, yep, the committee's terms of reference does allow you, the committee, to do that.
So do we need to alter our second recommendation?
Māori in front of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So these recommendations stands because just been pointed out to me, but at the beginning it has got that the Komiti Māori, and it goes on to say prepare a submission.
Clarify, Chair. Happy for Committee Māori to prepare the submission, but I take it that would be approval of council to make such a submission.
What we've done in the past, Councillor Shirley, is that the submission has been prepared and then it goes to the chair of Komiti Māori, and then it's circulated to members, and then it's submitted on behalf of Komiti Māori. They have provision in the terms of reference to do a submission, well, you do, because it's a committee of the whole, in your own right, and I believe that Councillor MacDonald has had a conversation with Councillor Thompson, who is happy with Komiti Māori to lead this submission.
But the submission would be from Toi Moana, not from Committee Māori. Is that correct?
The wording would be Toi Moana and Komiti Māori leading the submission. Yes.
Oh, can you Sorry, I keep forgetting to put my microphone on. And we've got the team here to present on the rate remission policy. I'll hand it over to you guys. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Jo Palliu. I'm the rates manager, and I've got my rates team leader for engagement, Charlie Roddick, and Jill Payne, who's our principal policy advisor today. So this is the second time that we've brought this before you to Komiti Māori, and we're very excited because we've just completed our engagement, or our initial engagement. And what we wanted to do was just present to you today some of the feedback that we've received through our participate page, and also our face-to-face huis that we've arranged at each one of our offices. We just thought we would start off with this presentation, and Charlie, I'll probably hand it over to you.
Good, everybody. So we did a lot of feedback through the Participate website and also face-to-face meetings. From there, we have created a report that we've submitted to Komiti Māori. Since that date, the actual Participate website completed its month Participate, and from there we've had further questions and development from the feedback that we received. So from the report that we have submitted that you guys have, we've also got this presentation that we've created after that date. Okay, so as a quick recap of what we've done so far, we've had several workshops through Komiti Māori and also through Council. And we're now at the stage where we've completed our engagement process and we're into the consideration process, where we are considering all the different aspects that's come back from the feedback. And from there, we've got further information that we'd like to address and work through Komiti Māori. So some of the direction that we're looking for today is the language and meaning is one of the big things that we received. Oh, sorry. There we go. So the language and meaning that is some of the feedback that we received in regards to the huis that we conducted. So some of the terminology that was raised within legislation that we also use as council talk, or rates talk, in regards to unused land. The feedback we received back from that was it was carried that inappropriate connotations and neglect of waste, and they urged us to change the actual wording around unused Māori land. The connotation around that was that it was or unused, unutilized is the actual wording through the actual act, and they believe that that is seen as a bad side or a waste or neglect of the actual land itself. Just because it's unused doesn't mean that there is no plan for that type of land. So looking at trying to reword it so that it's not actually used as unused land. We're not sure of exactly the word we need to be looking at or how we address that. So that's one of the questions that we are definitely putting towards Komiti Māori on whether there should be a better use or term than unused land, bearing in mind that it is actually part of legislation as how it's written in the Act.
My position is we must use the terminology in the legislation, but if we could put bracketed after it our preferred term, or the term that would be acceptable to tangata whenua, then that would be okay. But I would not like to redefine a new class of land.
So two of the recommendations, or two of the guidance principles that we were seeking, we've outlined on the board at the moment, which was to try and reflect Te Ao Māori and also just looking for some guidance within the remissions and prompts and criteria. So those were our initial queries that we had for Komiti Māori, but of course, since we've further collated the data from all the feedback, from Participate and all the other hui that we've had subsequently, so these are the first two principles or the first two discussion parts that we were wanting to seek some recommendations. And so those two queries or those two guidances were on page 6 of our report, which was number 1 was the terminology, which through you, Chair, Councillor Nees has provided some guidance. And the second part is in relation to papakaianga. And so what we're just looking for is some guidance and some recommendation.
Madam Chair, just on the notion of unused land, from a Māori perspective, no land is unused. It's whenua. It's what connects us to the land. It's always there. It's got its spiritual connotations. It's got its heritage connotations. It marks us who we are. So from a Māori perspective, it's not unused. It's silent, but it's not unused. So I think I just wanted to put that comment. I mean, from a systems point of view, as it is today in contemporary society, if it's just sitting there idle, it's unused. But Māori don't actually see it that way. They see it as belonging, as a marker of who they are. So to me, that's not unused.
Oh, just a question. So the word comes out of the legislation. Does the legislation describe what used means? Or is that left for interpretation?
From everything that I know about legislation, it's in for interpretation.
Okay. So really, that's quite good for us, because if it's left open for our interpretation, then our interpretation should be based on the feedback we are getting from tangata whenua. So okay to use the word, but the definition is then qualified by the tangata whenua. So that's my advice.
Chair, can I just urge caution that when it comes to legislative requirements, it's dangerous for an entity such as ourselves to interpret that ultimately sits at the realm of the judiciary.
I'm saying we use the legislation and what the legislation says, but I think what we can do is from the perspective of the hapu and iwi, we can add to that the perspective of how that is seen from the perspective of hapu iwi. That's what I'm meaning.
Yeah, I've language I think is very important here, but under the report here, under what we've heard, it says residential homes and 3 historic villages are essentially papakanga pa sites on individual title because of colonisation. I think that's a very loaded phraseology, and I think it'd be far better to say something like is essentially papakanga pa sites on individual title established under Article 2 of the Treaty of Waitangi. Tradable property rights. I just think saying colonisation is a very loaded term, and I don't think it helps the report at all.
Sorry, where are you referring to?
Oh,
sorry.
where are we?
Yeah, can you?
Oops, I've just lost.
What page? In the report. Sorry.
I've just lost it.
Oh, it's in the slide?
Oh, yeah.
It's not in the report body itself. It's not in the body of the report. It's in the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's under economic development of MFL as a heading. First bullet point.
Oh, okay, we're looking at it now.
We've just pulled up the relevant legislation, and there is a description if Komiti Māori would like to hear how this is defined for unused land, how the legislation defines it, where there is no person actually using any part of the rating unit or the entire rating unit is used in a similar manner to a reserve or conservation area, and that's where it's either leased by any persons, used as residential accommodation, or used for any activity, whether commercial or agricultural. And also the rating unit must not be treated as being used solely because a person or participant under the Climate Change Response Act in respect of an activity pertaining to the rating unit. So there is some descriptors around it within the prevailing rating legislation.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I believe this is feedback. This is what the engagement has produced that Māori have, who have viewed it as colonisation rather than our staff saying that it's colonisation.
I'm just wondering, in order to keep it simple and keep us safe, whether where in our documentation we use the term unused land, that we put the description with it at all times, so that we have an understanding that that is a legislative term and there is a legislative description. We're not trying to diminish the value of the land in terms of, the wider of the land or anything. It's just that we have to use that language as a local government entity. But the description kind of makes it make sense, if you know what I mean.
Madam Chair, sorry, carry on. Madam Chair, just on the context of the descriptor here, Councillor Shirley mentioned, instead of colonised, reference to Article 2 of the treaty. I'm quite comfortable with that. I mean, the reality is that the Article 2 of the treaty articulates undisturbed rights and possessions plan. So when you talked about your descriptors in there, you said economic, or you talked about the different things, but one that was missing was cultural in there. And to me, that's the ideal wraparound or completion of it, because the cultural elements will come into my concept of view into the Article 2 of the rights of the treaty. So I've got no problems referencing the treaty in terms of instead of colonisation when it comes down to what we might apply. So, from that point of view, I would totally agree with Councillor Shirley in terms of his reference to the treaty instead of colonisation. Colonisation doesn't have to be said. For many people, it's an experience.
I think we've just got to be reminded that our staff have not written this. This is feedback. So we're relaying feedback. Now, do we want to be seen?
Feedback.
Well, is it? It may have been recorded. I don't know, but they're giving feedback. So I don't think it's for us to tamper with how it's coming back to us from our constituents. Andrew.
Yeah, I sat through several hours of Zoom listening to the hui, a couple of them, and the representation from iwi was very minimal. I think there was 3 in one of the meetings and 5 individuals in the second, either way around. But considering the depth and breadth of the Bay of Plenty, I didn't see wide engagement by iwi. So I haven't seen participate. I'd be very interested to know whether that was a more effective mechanism. But I certainly didn't hear the word colonisation in my memory on the several hours that I sat in on, and it would have been 6 hours at least that I sat in, maybe 7.
Yeah, kia ora, Madam Chair. I think the word colonisation is a very common phrase used within Māori circles when referring to, so I'm not surprised to see it there in terms of engagement. I don't think it's really an interpretation of our staff. It's commonly used word. So I'm comfortable with that. With regards to the term unused land, it is a takahia, I think, to use those sort of terms. I understand it's illegal. It's in terms of the legal, it's in the legislation. But in terms of our relationship and engagement with tangata whenua, with us hearing and acknowledging the different perspective with regards, it's verges on offensive to say it's unused land. To call it whenua wātea, whenua whakatā, or, there'd be a number of terms when we use the term ahi ka or ahi tahu tahu, and the various forms of or layers of where the fires are burning and they're alive, or when they're occasionally alight, or where they've gone out, could be a term that is used in terms of trying to bring the two cultures together. I think it's important that we do recognise the different perspective that Māori have with regards to it. Unused land is blunt and does verge on offensive. I understand it's in the legislation, but I would like to see some sort of, and it would be a kupu Māori, which would encapsulate the Māori conceptual relationship to whenua. Yeah, I'd be supportive of that. Kia ora, Madam Chair.
Kia ora.
So we're just looking at this slide, which was sort of landed on, and yeah, off to the left was information that had been supplied through Participate. As Councillor Von Diddleson alluded to, that wasn't discussed in the hui. This one was one that had been brought to us through Participate, and we're happy to share the feedback that we've received through the Participate so that councillors can have a visibility over what was provided to us. The one thing that we wanted to sort of seek was in relation to, and it was quite interesting because this was discussed in the previous report, was about acknowledging the land that had been changed through compulsion as opposed through voluntary in 1967, where there was owners of 4 or less, where the land was then returned to, or was given general land status, as opposed to being Māori land. And so we want to have some sort of acknowledgement, and this is sort of something that's becoming a recurring theme. And there's some caveats around that land now that's been built into legislation, that it can't be sold as abandoned land any further if it has been subject to that. So there is an acknowledgement of that land had been changed of its status. And so what we're sort of suggesting or seeking advice on is whether we look to acknowledge that and that if the individuals have still retained that land since that change, do we want to have a similar approach to one that has been adopted by Western Bay of Plenty District Council, which acknowledges that that land was taken for that purpose, and perhaps we could apply the same methodology as we do for Māori freehold land.
I support what's recommended there, using Western Bay's words, and that any land that's returned to Māori be regarded as Māori land. So I support your recommendation for that slide.
I think I'm getting nods of heads.
I talk of that one. Thank you.
Just trying to work this out in terms of rates remission. So what would that mean in terms of rates remission in your proposal? And I might have a second question.
Yeah, so I guess the situation is that we would need to, it was similar to the previous paper where we would need to be able to have visibility over the land. I guess one of the caveats is that the land would still be retained by the individual owner that was affected, or within the whānau that was still affected. So you are sort of talking potentially a small amount. Those numbers are unknown at this stage, but we can certainly do some research to have a wider sort of understanding of what that might look like.
My understanding too is that by having including that as part of the rate permission work, it automatically gives a background to the block that will fall to the table requesting rate remission. And I think it's important for those that are making that decision that they have a background and have some understanding, I guess, based on why. And I'm just making the assumption that it's probably a common thread that you're finding around the difficulty in addressing rates for those unused lands that you're talking about, and that there is some understanding, again, around the decision makers, why these blocks of land have landed where they are. So I think it's really important that that is included.
Through you, Madam Chair, just for our presenters, just going back to that matter of the use of language. So I just want to seek clarification from our members here that we will use the term that is in the legislation, but we will develop a descriptor that we use for internal purposes only. That might describe what Councillor Iti spoke about, that has a cultural essence to it, and that we will draft something up that can be used just for internal purposes only. Is that, members, is that where we landed with that one?
In what circumstances would we be using the term externally with Māori?
Through you, Madam Chair, we would want to incorporate this within our actual policy itself so that we have a recognition of Te Ao Māori within our policy. I think it's important that we align our policy to recognise our tangata whenua. So I think I would suggest that we, or propose that we would actually incorporate some of those values within our policy to acknowledge that.
Okay, so oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think if in terms of the policy, you know, we can say that it is unused land, but then have a sentence or a paragraph acknowledging that from our feedback that Māori may take issue with the term unused land, and therefore we, you know, something around that that can be wordsmithed a bit, I think would be great to be inside of the policy. Kia ora.
Okay, I think the staff have got that. Yeah.
Just be careful what you wish for, because I just can't find at the moment, but my memory of what's in the Act is that it doesn't talk about unused land, it talks about land being used. So so when land is being used, then it should be rated, etc. So if we are going to go down, if you are asking us to say that all land is used, whether or not I might think it's used, then that becomes a rateable unit. So just be careful what we're wishing for here. I accept that the land is what it is. It is, you know, whether it's lying fallow or whether it's being used for a purpose or whatever. So I get that discussion and accept it more easily. But if we are going to start twisting the English so that it actually causes a problem for us under the law, then we might find that we've created a problem for ourselves rather than solved it.
Just through you, Madam Chair, the legislation actually talks about unused land, not you.
Yes,
Okay, so we'll jump back a little bit. One of the other questions under 2.4C from the report was terms of remissions, prompts and criteria around Papakainga development. So with the Papakainga development, we were looking at around the 5 years. Is it long enough for the minimum 5 years at least when building Papakainga and applying remissions as per the legislation? So what we're asking Komiti Māori today is 5 years sufficient for the development of Māori freehold land for Papakainga? Should there be a limit set, or should there be a determined on case-by-case basis and based on the application provided? And are there any triggers that we could use, occupation of homes, that could be used instead of a time frame?
Considering all the issues that we've even heard today with regards to Māori land, I think setting limits and saying it must be done within 5 years is not really practical in terms of Māori whānau jumping through the hoops. And I think on a case-by-case basis, I'm not unsure though what sort of resource that would take from staff in terms of assessing these things on a case-by-case basis. Does that increase the workload if it is the case-by-case basis in terms of the policy or
Through the chair, no. There would be work involved with that, but it wouldn't be increased because as the applications would be coming through, every application still has to be checked through thoroughly to make sure they meet all the criteria. So having guidelines around the criteria, whether we stick with the 5 years, have an extension maybe over the top of that for a further 3 years, or something along those lines. In regards to the triggers that we've outlined in the report, for papakainga, as buildings are built and people have moved into those buildings and now rent is being produced from that, so an income derived from that, that would then cease that remission on that property, things like that. So we're just asking for clarification on the direction for that. 5 years is what is outlined in the policy at the moment, and we're just trying to clarify whether that should be the duration, or is there options for extensions, or is there other limitations that we want to apply or not apply.
My view, Madam Chair, is that if you hold just my view, hold the 5 years with the options for extensions on a case-by-case basis if need be, depending on the circumstances.
I support that. And I'd assume one of the triggers, which you touched on, Charlie, was when the completion certificate for the home is complete, that's it. It should trigger, some form of payment of rates outside the discretions.
Yep, I agree too. So it looks like we're all nodding heads there.
So this sort of is worked in conjunction with papakainga, but the difference is that obviously this is for economic development. And so on the left-hand side, this is some of the information that we've received in relation to our feedback. What we would like to propose is replacing the 5 years. So similar to what was just discussed, with the principle that remissions should match the planned production or income streams. Because what we certainly appreciate is when you're trying to roll in a significant economic improvement, it will take some time, as we've just discussed in the previous slide. But also we would also want to work on a case-by-case basis, just relating back to the question that was asked before, which was about work, in terms of staff requirement. These cases are by and large reasonably rare, or not frequent enough to constitute that it would be a large piece of work for staff. And I think and for the most part, we'd be happy to support these changes. And so for us, I think the work versus the future benefits that we as a collective can receive, this is by no means, I think it's a positive thing for us. And I think a case-by-case basis allows us to also form, a stronger relationship with the individuals that do apply for these remissions. The second part of our suggestion or our principles is that once the work has been completed, we also want to acknowledge the fact that it will take some time before an economic return is gained. And so to suggest that 100% of rates in the first year when they're starting production would seem a little bit difficult. And so what we also wanted to suggest was a staggered roll-in to be considered as well, to allow the production to become up to full capacity. So there was a few considerations that we'd like to put before the committee.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that as a concept, but there's a lot of fishhooks there. Most businesses I've been involved in have a pre-profit stage, and they still pay taxes, they still pay rates, they still pay everything as part of the business case before you even start something. So, you can, how should I say, manage that pre-profit stage for quite a while if you want to. So, yeah, you'd need to take advice on keeping eyes open for that type of thing. I agree that with the principle, but how you monitor that is very, very risky in terms of that pre-profit being stretched out for quite a while through taxation, through how you manage your OPEX, capital expenditure, etc., all those kind of things. Oh yeah, just be careful. Hopefully there's not a lot of them. And I think the shorter period, the more safer you will be in that. But what you don't want is for rates to be an impediment to get stuff started. Yeah, that should be key.
Madam Chair, I totally concur with what Councillor Crosby says. We do. We want to level the playing field. We understand that, but it's easy to get a motive. In actual fact, if we look in the Bay of Plenty, the Māori economy accounts for more than 20% of the GDP of our region, and yet the Māori population is 17.5%. So the actual total Māori economy has grown substantially in the last 10 years, but there's still areas of deprivation, and that's the problem. So it's not even, but we do have to be very careful with giving a remission based on getting something started, because I think we have to think about a fair playing field. That's all. But I still recognise there is areas of grave deprivation. So it's a very inequitable. That 20% is not spread evenly.
Yeah, I think what's missing here really to help with the decision making, I may have said it in previous discussions that we've had around rates remission, and that we haven't actually seen the lay of the land, because I think what you're bringing to us now, we're getting down to the hard blocks that we can't find any viable development for. So correct me if I'm wrong. What Councillor Von Dalen's raising in Councillor Crosby is right. I'm assuming there is no issue in the payment of rates for those blocks of land who contribute to the Māori economy today. I don't think that's where our issue is. But I think that's kind of the background information that we're kind of needing here. So we're kind of thinking, oh my God, they can't have that because they've got this. But in actual fact, when you actually look at what you're dealing with, only because I have experience in rate remissions and what's left of Māori land, and the difficulty now with the size of those blocks and the inability to have a viable venture to actually be using the block. Because a lot of owners will say, well, what's the point? It's not going to generate enough income anyway. And the little income that I will do, my first obligation is to a council, and they take the whole lot, because that's exactly what's happening. You put a maize crop down, you give it to a lessee to plant, but nothing comes back to the owner. Or the profit that's gained goes to the council to cover rates. So, I think that's the kind of background we need really to be considering what you're asking of, is what really are we dealing with here? what Māori land is left that we're dealing here that needs to have this applied. Jane.
Question is a bit following on from what the chairwoman's saying. For example, the alternative to a current policy, say you and I don't even know whether you've got this is a scenario, but you've got a block that's been unused and it is planted in the forest, in forestry crops, and that's going to be 25 years before you get any income out of that. Does that mean that they don't pay rates for the whole length of that rotation? Because if it is, I don't support this, because once it's actually developed and it becomes a forest, whether or not the income is coming in 1 year or 25 years, it's still a forest. And so I have a difficulty with what you've got there if that's going to be captured in this scenario.
Through the chair, the answer to that one is those specific blocks also get carbon credits through the government and through they do have a viable income that do come through year on year for those leading up to the actual deforestation, chopping the trees down and get that income. So they do have an income across that, and those properties are rated.
So as soon as they recognise that they're eligible for carbon credits, then that becomes rateable. Yeah. So it's those sort of scenarios that I think we need certainty about. What does that mean? Testing it across a range of scenarios, because we all have an inherent sense of what's fair and what isn't fair. And we need to understand if there's anything that is unfair that gets captured by our words.
Madam Chair, I agree with Councillor Nees with regards to some more clarity and certainty, because as far as I can see it, it is a economic development incentive program to do with Māori land. We can all agree that there is Māori land that's offline and has particular challenges. I don't think it's an emotive thing. They just have particular practical challenges. We would certainly like to see those that whenua come online in terms of being rateable units because they're earning dollars. So I think we're looking at an economic development incentive program around Māori land. And if we can have some more work around that presented as a economic development incentive program to do with the rates remission as part of it, that would be great, because then I think we could clarify what Councillor Nees was talking about.
And yeah, I was concerned with your example about somebody who plants a crop and then earns nothing from it, because it implies that our valuation process is faulty, because our rate should be based on the value of the land, and the value of commercial land should be based on its productivity. So I wonder if there's some questions in there that might be worth looking at. I'm concerned also about anything which has a case-by-case approach. My concern is the pressure that the staff might come under to approve it, because any no decision then becomes appealable. And how would you be presenting your case? Well, this is how we made our decision if it's case by case. And so immediately you're on the back foot. So the more that we can get something which is pretty clear about what the decision tree is, then I think that we're safer all around.
Okay, well, the next one that we've got on the slide is temporary dwellings, cabins and caravans. So going back to utilising the word unused land or unutilised land, or bare land in this case, where a cabin, dwelling, caravan has been applied onto the block. The block has got no rates applied to it because it is classed as unrateable. Now we're talking cabins that are smaller than 30 square metres, so they don't require council consents along those type of lines. They could be temporary or permanent structures, but they're only utilised as cabins or glamping, if you may call it that. So this is one of the major questions that did come through from the feedback. Would that still be rateable under regional council rates? We have touched base with the local councils in regards to what they do. Several have come back stating that SRAs should be applied to those blocks for the cabin only, not for a size of land, but for the size area, so 30 square metres or thereabouts. And that part should be rated. Bearing in mind these Māori land blocks don't have any services supplied to them. Some of them are quite landlocked, so they have to go through other blocks of land to get to it. And they have no council services as a TLA. And do we look at still rating them or working through the SRA process with local councils?
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I think glamping might be going a stretch too far from my experience anyway. When we're talking about this, temporary dwellings, cabins, caravans, you're talking about rural ghettos. In reality, you're talking about people who are off the grid and off the radar largely. Yes, they get no council services. A lot of them, and my neighbours, you got long jobs. So they're unconsented, there's no running water because they're not attached to the water, they're taking water off their roof of the shack into a tank. I don't know how we would rate these particular dwellings. They're on Papakainga. They're just the cousins who are just like living on their land. Yeah, I can't, the ones that I see visibly from the road, and I drive past a lot of these dwellings, they got no services. They don't put their rubbish out. They're probably contributing to the fly tipping, to be honest, because where else do they put their, you're talking about poverty, is the reality. If we go after them, oh well.
Yeah, I totally call what Toy's saying. I think it doesn't make any sense to me to be rating that sort of dwelling. You know, in some circumstances, these temporary, you know, living in a caravan may be a temporary to living in a home. And if you start rating something like that, then what's their option? To live in a car? You know, I don't think we should be touching this with rates personally.
My issue is that we rate on land rate. Whether or not a property is serviced or not is not relevant to us. It's relevant for TLAs because their rating pays for the provision of the services. But for us, we actually rate on land value because we think it's a better proxy for the services that we provide, which tend to be in the pest management and all of those water quality, land management type areas. So I have a little bit of a difficulty with this position because we may still be providing assistance to the landowners. We may be doing work on that land. So this is one where I'm uncertain. I have huge sympathy for people that find themselves in a position where they are forced to squat on land, in effect, because they can't afford anything else. And I don't have the answer. I really don't, but I don't believe using TLA's justifications about servicing is relevant to us.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think you've got to be careful making these ad hoc decisions in terms of remissions. There is clearly some rationale for those landlocked areas, no access, not utilised, where you don't even rate them. But there needs to be a consistent policy, I think, in terms of striking a rate, as Councillor Nees said, and you deal with that by writing it off in future years for the very reasons that have been enunciated here in terms of people just can't pay. I mean, an example, we personally lease a whole lot of Māori land, and you're right, Chair, the underlying issue that the owners want is they want it loved, they want it looked after. Yes, we pay the rates and all that, but to them, multiply owned Māori land, there's not a lot of revenue coming from it in terms of utilising that resource, but they do want it looked after.
Madam Chair, yeah, I agree with the conversations that have been had. You know, the occupying land now has become quite big. You know, people are actually just putting their cabins up on land just to occupy it because they've got nowhere else to live. And I know that I've seen them springing up. And in fact, you know, the right to occupy is there under a particular process that you've got to go through from owners in the land. If the majority, or you get a call saying that you can occupy that land, you got an occupation license that you can secure. That's happening more and more. The question is who's paying rates, or should they be rated? You know, a lot of that's associated with papakainga land. Some of it's actually on land entity, Māori land and corporations and trusts. You know, I mean, sometimes they'll just plant their cabin there and nobody has the heart to tell them to get it off. You know, so it's all of that mix in there. So how we deal with this is quite an interesting, challenging issue. But I guess we all do have empathy for the housing problem right now and the poverty issues that are out there. And particularly on Māori-owned land, people see that as their right now to go and put something on it. And that's a bigger movement now. It's growing all the time. So just want to leave it there. So how we get our heads around the space, I'm not sure.
I'm inclined to think that the leaders' approach is the way to go, because there are people who just won't have the cash. But I found that part of the Act which talks about using the land actually, and it's actually about persons actually using the land are liable for rates. So that's the statute says they're liable. How we deal with the liability is I think what we end up talking about today. They are serviced, they get the benefit of your representation, Toy.
And my hourly rate.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I actually do agree. In terms of there's the legislation, you've got to write policy based on that. The practicality on the day-to-day, actually, how do you go? I mean, most places don't even have mailboxes, so I don't know where we're going to send our rates to then collect them. So the policy is the policy based on the legislation. We have to kind of, I agree, we just got to move forward with it. But good luck to us collecting.
I think another reason for not doing this is we may have a whole lot of unintended consequences, whereas people think, oh no, that's great, if we can just stick a garden shed on there, we can live there, and that we won't be rated. So I do feel that it is better to actually have the rating process and then discount it if necessary. Otherwise, we might find that we've got all sorts of people living all sorts of places, and it'll be very administratively difficult for everybody.
Mindful that we've actually got quite a bit behind time, councillors. So I understand you've just got 2 slides to go. Is that correct? Okay, we're going to let you finish.
Okay, so we're up to the last guidance requested, and this one is under limitations of occupation. So this is the feedback that we got was land affected by air pollution should not be rated, rates not adjusted for flood damage, and remissions on flood areas. So this is currently dealt with through the existing miscellaneous circumstances sections by a case-by-case basis. The section could be expanded more on and explicit to to refer to unforeseen and sustained environmental events and conditions outside the control of landowner or the occupier. That makes the occupation untenable. And if this approach was supported, staff would explore the criteria that would apply to both Māori freehold land and general land, and guidance on the threshold sustained would be very helpful.
A bit of a difficulty with this because if the land is affected by air pollution, we'd be doing more work and spending more money to try and avoid that. If the land is a flood area or is prone to floods, we generally we rate them for the flood scheme. So it seems to be counter to our current practice. I think this is should be an emergency provision. So if there's something like a major issue where the land becomes non-productive as a result of a flood, that's one thing. But I wouldn't, if we're going to go down that track, I think this should be for everybody, not just for Māori land. So there's an equity, in all these things there's equity both ways. So once again, I know it's a curly question and I haven't got the answer, but I don't believe that land affected by air pollution should be non-rated. That only if it's like for flood damaged land, only if it's enduring and an emergency would and that would be like a short-term remission. But I think we've got to be really careful where there's equity for farmers that we are even-handed. So I think we need to be really careful about these sort of things.
I agree, Madam Chair, that this particular one, with regards to if it's air pollution or flood damage, that would be applicable across all land in terms of how we treat it, whether it's Māori land or general title.
Oh, and I suppose just, I mean, it's stating the obvious, but we don't want to encourage people to be building or dwelling, whether it's temporary or permanent, on flood areas. So we don't want the levers or the incentives going the wrong way so that people are thinking, oh, well, look, I won't pay rates if I put my shed on a flood area, sort of thing. Like that's the worst example, worst scenario. So just putting that lens across it, I'm sure you have, but.
Could I ask a question, Madam Chair, through you? Because I know we're talking about rates of remission for Māori land in particular today at Komiti Māori, but are we looking at rates of remission across all land in terms of the rates, and will that be presented at strategy, and where will that be presented?
Madam Chair, that's going to be presented in the council workshop, the full council workshop in November.
Okay, thank you.
25th of October, sorry.
Quickly, I had some personal experience on this in 2005, May 18, you'd know, Charlie, where a group of people had lost their homes. Probably 600 people were displaced. I suggested at a public meeting at Bay Court Theatre that they don't pay their rates for a while, and I said, that's fair enough. And I tell you, I'd had no authority to say that, but it made a huge difference for the council organisation being empathetic to their position. And when I see it happen every time up down New Zealand, you know, in Auckland and other places, all they had to say was, that's fair enough. And that's why, you know, support the case-by-case basis. So I asked then CEO Stephen Townend today, what did that cost? And it was something like $14,000, nothing compared to $150 million operational income at that point in time. Nothing, but it made a difference. And that's where you've got to put on the victim's hat, for want of a better word, and say, well, how would they feel? You know, it makes a big difference. So it is a case-by-case thing, but always, you know, stand in the other person's shoes when you're looking at making that decision.
Okay, so we're at the wrap-up stage now. So we're just advising on the next steps. So we've got the draft policy options for the long-term plan workshop in early November, provisions in this detail for further workshops or approval. And the next steps on the wider policy review, new incentives remissions late October, I think it's the 25th of October for the next long-term plan workshop.
Councillor Winters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask when that draft policy is being drafted up, that we have a track change? Oh, this is terrible reception. A track change between the old and the new, so that we can see what we have and what's going to change. It just makes it easier for us to compare. Message ends.
Yes, certainly we can have that addressed, no problems.
Are there any other questions from the councillors? No. Thank you, staff. Thank you very much. Well done. I'm going to let you choose. We can carry on, or we can take a break for lunch. We still have, how many reports, Katarina? We still have 3 reports. So I'll take guidance for you whether we take a break for lunch and come back, or we carry on. I hear take a break, carry on. Lunch? Okay, I can't hear you. Show of hands. Lunch? I think we're going to lunch. Okay.
So
We'll be back. Yep.
Oh, can we come back at 1
What, did we
o'clock?
move the recommendations?
No, let's do it quickly.
Sorry, before you move, I just need a mover and seconder for the recommendations. They're made. Councillor Etty.
And Councillor Ron Scott.
And Councillor Scott. All those in favour say aye. Thank you. Carried. Pardon?
Back at 1.
Oh,
It's 20 minutes.
back at 1. Back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, councillors. Yeah. Is that a yes? Well, no doubt you all enjoyed your lunch break. Without any further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Kataraina. These are her reports, and you're in charge, Kataraina.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to introduce our staff here today. We have Hirawini Simpson, Mirihine Waiari and Stephanie McDonald, who will be doing a very short presentation, 4 slides. Just to introduce this, with LTP consultation in general around the corner, we thought it was prudent to bring a report to Komiti Māori to look at our approach for engaging with Māori on this kaupapa. And just as an FYI, the tailored consultation document for Māori will be based on the audited document. It will not be a separate document. So it will just be a topic focused document. We do not want to create inefficiencies or 2 documents, but we need a document for the conversation. I'll hand it over to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Kataraina. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, tēnā koutou councillors. As Kataraina mentioned, we have prepared a brief presentation that highlights the key points from our report in support of the recommendations that we have made to Komiti Māori. Essentially, what the report seeks is endorsement for staff to develop a bespoke LTP Māori consultation plan, and if that is endorsed, and draft LTP Māori consultation plan will be presented for endorsement at the next Komiti Māori hui. So as you're all aware, community consultation during the formal consultation process on the LTP is a vital process for us during the LTP process. Apologies. And where we're at this current phase is pre-engagement. So 1 survey has been done in September. We've currently got a survey open, and that's expected to close on the 12th of October. Steph has advised that we've had really good feedback from the community so far. The consultation on the draft LTP that's scheduled for February to March 2024. So the purpose of developing a tailored consultation approach for Māori is so that our consultation is effective and efficient in order to enhance Māori participation in the LTP process. As you'll be aware, there are some challenges when it comes to engaging with Māori currently. Just this morning, we've heard a number of different kaupapa that council are required to engage with Māori on. This is stressing the limited iwi and hapu resources and time. So we're trying to reduce these barriers by developing a tailored consultation approach. Also, the timeframes for consultation, they are strict for the LTP. We've scheduled perhaps around 6 weeks between February and March for consultation. So we're trying to work in a way that's efficient for iwi and hapu resources. It's also important to be aware that while this mahi is our key focus, it's not necessarily a top priority for Māori. They are trying to respond to more urgent and immediate needs that contribute to their immediate well-being. So things like housing and food security, that's top of their priority right now. So we are having competing priorities, limited iwi and hapu capacity. So it's important that we're developing this tailored consultation approach that removes those barriers. What we know works is we need to get in there early. So early, accessible and relevant engagement. We need to demonstrate that we recognise Te Ao Māori, Tikanga Māori and Te Reo Māori, because effective engagement is when Māori feel that they're being seen and heard. And a mixture of consultation platforms is more effective in reaching a wider section of our Māori community. So being cognizant of those challenges and incorporating what we know works, our proposed consultation approach would be approaching consultation in a respectful and efficient manner, recognising Te Ao Māori, Tikanga Māori and Te Reo Māori, connecting early with our iwi, hapu and select Māori entities, tailoring our consultation, and also accommodating sub-regional differences. As Katarina mentioned, it wouldn't be creating a separate consultation document. We would be essentially highlighting the topics that we know are a priority for Māori and trying to tailor our consultation in that way. And also we would be making sure that the schedules and the venues align with Māori time and resource constraints. Essentially what we're saying is we will try and make venues and the venue times as most accessible as possible. So we're not trying to have them at a distance that would be far for people to travel or in times that would be difficult for our iwi and hapu to get to. Another recommendation that we're making in the proposed consultation approach is to utilise established relationships and networks of our Toi Moana councillors, particularly the Māori constituent councillors, where we have an opportunity to have a one-on-one kōrero with our iwi leaders. That's a great opportunity for our Māori councillors to be involved in that process. So if Komiti Māori support the recommendations in the report, a draft tailored LTP Māori consultation plan will be presented at the next Māori Hui in December 2023. And what we're wanting to know is, have we got the direction right here in our approach for consultation? We welcome your feedback and are happy to answer any questions you might have. Kia ora.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, thank you for the mihi ana kia koutou mō tēnei whakāturanga. I certainly support your approach about efficiency and effectiveness. That's important, you know, and the fact that our people do need to feel that they've been connected with. The problem has always been, you know, are we expected to go real wide and cover everybody? That's not efficient in the context of what we're trying to do in the time constraints and the resource requirements and the interest that people have. But I think what's really important is you made a comment about, you know, going to select Māori entities, and you make a comment about Māori constituency members around this table. And I've made these comments before around this table that it is very difficult to send our operators out to connect with the leaders of Māori entities because they are governors. And of course, and you get on the ground, you get the operators who are working and the ones that actually connect on the ground here with our staff members. It actually means that, you know, trying to connect with the leaders up the top, but ensure that it's grounded with the people on the ground as well. It's really, really important that, and to me, that's where you create the efficiencies and the effectiveness, where the combination between the governance at the top and the people on the ground is made and connected, but the governance to governance connection from here to there is important as well. And it provides a sort of a sense of support, a stronger support for our staff. So you're comparing not so much apples with apples, but it's like chief to chief type scenarios that our people hold quite dear and can make a difference, And there are some examples where that has happened. So I'm all for this in the context of just trying to tailor it, because you can't be everywhere. And I know I hear it from our council table that we've got so many iwi hapu, how are we going to deal with it? Well, if you try and go that wide, it's going to fail in the context. You're going to filter the effectiveness out of it because everybody's strained and the attention deficit starts increasing. So I'm for this, and I'm really supported from being involved as a constituency councillor in my particular area. And because those connections and networks are there, and likewise with Toi, and I'm not going to speak for them, but I know they're connected in their particular jurisdictions with the governors and operators on the ground as well. So being able to be supportive in this role, I think, is absolutely necessary in the context of the time constraints you have and the resource constraints, not only from this organisation, but also for the people out there. How do you get their attention? You get their attention by basically saying, this matters in the longer term, you know, but we appreciate the shorter term needs. And ultimately, some of the stuff in the shorter term needs has an extended tail that goes right through this long-term planning timelines and approach. So those are my thoughts. I support what really targeting and streamlining it. And you'll get moans and groans from some who believe that they haven't been included. I mean, you know, I'm pretty big on not impugning the hapu, the iwi, and those who are living in the haukainga. I'm pretty big on making those connections. And, you know, if you can satisfy, you know, a scenario where they are connected, they're having conversations amongst themselves as well, I think that's the ideal. I mean, it sounds complex, but I know it can be done. And for getting quality, effective and efficient communication where there's a pass mark for it, it's not going to be perfect, but there's a pass mark, I think is where we want to try and be. So I support what you're talking about.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Kia ora koutou. I concur with Councillor White, and especially around the cost effectiveness. As we know, things that are tight, and just I think in terms of the consultation fatigue that our hapu and iwi have as well, that we go with the relationships that we have. Really, an outcome that I'd like to see is an increased submission to the LTP, increased submissions to the LTP. So really targeting those who have the ability to make submissions and helping them through that process. Go for the low-hanging fruit. Of course, we have to put the notification out wide, but I personally don't really want to see the, you know, come to the marae between 10 and 3 o'clock on such and such a date kind of approach. I'd rather see a targeted approach. Go to those who we know can have a corridor or represent that particular area, make sure we've got as much as possible everyone covered, which is where hopefully the constituency councillors will come into play. And I think that will help drive the efficiency of the process. Kia ora. But happy to support, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I support your approach, but with a word of caution. As Stephanie knows, we've just completed our first round of freshwater implementation stuff. The turnout, you'd have to say, was less than desirable, certainly not optimal. And the rest of the community outside iwi and hapu equally face the same challenges that iwi and hapu do in terms of time availability, getting up to speed. I agree with Councillor Iti. You know, I think there needs to be a more targeted approach, but just be careful that you don't drive a wedge between the consultation with iwi and hapu and leave the rest of the community behind.
Sorry, Chairman Leader, what did you mean by leaving the rest of the community behind? Sorry, I just...
Chair, the attendance at some of the consultation in the freshwater space was, quite frankly, very, very disappointing. And it wasn't that people didn't have an interest in it, because a lot of the people in the rural sector are the ones who are directly affected by some of these changes.
Oh.
And some of the issues raised in this paper in terms of timeframes, getting up to speed, I'm saying can equally apply to the other sectors. And the issue that Councillor Iti raised about having hui's between, was it 2 and 7, I think, Stephanie, or something like that. I think we need to stand back and say, let's have more targeted engagement where people are there for a much shorter space of time, and you actually, through other vehicles, encourage them to attend these meetings. Because whether it's the LTP or it's in the freshwater space, we're all part of the one community. And the issue I'm raising is, I'd be concerned if there was a perception in the community that iwi and hapu were getting greater attention and time slot than the rest of the community.
Yeah, I can concur that, you know, consultation across the board's important. In this particular scenario, we are looking obviously at Māori consultation and trying to enhance and increase the participation of iwi, Māori, recognising the requirements under the LGA and everything else for appropriate consultation and treaty issues and so on and so forth. So that's where my focus has been in the context of how it might relate to, causing any sort of rifts or scenarios with the community in general. I'm not quite sure how that might happen, but hey, look, I think what we've been proposing here is very appropriate in the context of working with iwi and trying to get their attention around the table. The reality is that, it's important that we get in amongst those select numbers and we have a conversation around the importance of it and what it actually means, and can translate it in another way directly towards how they're feeling about things, what their priorities are, and how this actually fits with that and how important it is. I don't think necessarily they do see in the process we've been adopting the importance of the issues, that they glaze over it. But if you actually go to the heart of the LTP and what it really means for them, in the context of their interest and their participation, that's a conversation that can be had at that higher level and make the connection then through them to the people on the ground, and by the invitation, connect to those people on the ground as a matter of this is important to our people. And those leaders are saying that. I see our previous councillor at the back, Rowan at the back, I mean, she's dealing on the ground with these situations now, and obviously you can experience from the Hokainga's point of view where they would like to be seen in this particular space. I'm actually trying to sort of make the connection with the Hokainga at the same time, acknowledge that the governance levels, people who are in those spaces, there is a sort of a duty of care as well for them to communicate back to the people as well. But we can actually help to facilitate that connection to make sure there's integrity in it. And I'm so Chairman Leader, I guess there's a parallel communication consultation approach that we'll be using for the rest of the community, but I'm suggesting that probably what you've delivered to us today and the comments that in particular Councillor Iti and myself have made just adds a hopefully a fresher dynamic around how we can turn this thing so that it is effective, it is cost effective, and it reaches the base, and we get the submissions flowing as a base, and that will be ultimately, because I concur, having gone to the Rotorua Hui, there was only a few there, and Councillor Von Tellison was there as well. There was only a few people there, about 2, 3 or 4 there at that Hui, and I looked at it and go, oh man, this is a waste of time. I was online, but I thought this is a waste of time. And I don't believe that the process was right and correct at that time. That's what it is. So this is a different tact and a more specific focus to create a greater sort of quality and reciprocity between what we're doing and the receiving back of their information back to us in a way that's got some integrity behind it. So sorry to be long-winded, Madam Chair, but I'm all for maintaining this direction, and if there's a tension with community, then we need to probably talk about that. But outside of this particular scenario, I'm really, really supportive totally in where you're going.
I support having a separate consultation plan for iwi. It's like target marketing. So my question is, are we going to be consulting on different things for tangata whenua than we are for the rest of the community? And it's the topics, I think, that are important. So it's about identifying what are the key issues for Māori that we're going to be consulting on, and whether the same issues are the ones that are going to be consulted on for the wider community. I don't have the answers to that, and I expect to get that through the consultation plan. But I support coming back with something that is cost effective and efficient and will actually get us the feedback we require.
Through you, Madam Chair, the next stage in the long-term plan, we look to have an engagement plan coming to a workshop with Council in late November By then, we anticipate that we'll have draft consultation questions to develop the consultation document, and that will form the framework of what all community provide feedback on. But it might be that in terms of engaging with iwi, that we take a Te Ao Māori lens and look at what are the issues that we think might be most relevant, most meaningful for our Māori community, and highlight those in some of the communications.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to share something that I was involved with on the weekend, and I was contacted by one of the local Māori radio stations, and really they wanted to give me an overview of what's happening in my space, and I did allude to the long-term plan. I didn't focus specifically on things Māori. When I first started to talk about the LTP, I kept it general and really around what we've been talking insofar as our challenge around how we have to address our budget over the next 3 years and the implication of the economic downturn. So when you say, well, what do you talk about? You know, it's just like, what is of interest to the wider community is of interest to Māori. So, you know, I kind of laid that out as a big challenge for us, and are also looking at having to cut budgets that currently exist and the implications for those organisations, and which may include Māori within that. So I think, you know, the question, and going back to what you're saying too, Doug, you know, we shouldn't worry about whether we're going to be focused on one group more than the other, because I can tell you that, and you already know this, the challenge we have with consulting with Māori. So I guess from a councillor's position, it is always about what is actually happening for us around the council table is kind of what I lay out to my constituents. And then I give the implications for Māori, which I assume is what we will get down to once we give the overview of what the LTP is going to be of concern. We then will look at the implications for Māori. So that's what I'm assuming the content of our consultation process will be. And just on another note, where you're actually looking at using the Māori councillors, one of the things that you don't actually raise in how you, well, one of the word use us, I guess, is really if you, I guess, video us or interview us so that we're actually speaking to our constituents, because there are a lot of Māori on social media, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, they're all there. I'm not au fait with Instagram or TikTok, but certainly Facebook. And one of the things that we do well in this council is our website reporting is excellent. It's excellent on Facebook, and the response that we get from the community is great. So, you know, I would like to put that together. If you can do a spiel for us three councillors as how we can use that to talk to our constituents about what the LTP is all about and the implications for them, I think it's a good segue into getting into those areas that we can't get into if we're calling a hui at the community centre or at the marae. There is a whole us in society that are so technically charged that going to a marae is not an option.
But from memory, one of the themes of last year's submitters was around developing a partnership. In fact, that was basically it, which was fantastic. So I'd be interested in your targeted consultation to ask that question. How far down that journey have we actually gone? Because we live in splendid isolation here, actually in this chamber, often to understand progress. And I think it would be beneficial to use this opportunity to also just ask that question.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to wrap up, so our proposed consultation approach on page 41, bullet point 2.1, we're just interested if we've missed anything and to just highlight that we do have some treaty commitments to do with LTP pre-engagement. We have a relationship protocol with Te Uru Taumatua, the Tūhoe, Nai Tūhoe, in which it specifically says in this protocol that we must pre-engage with them on the LTP. In another Te Maru o Kaituna, in their strategy document, there's a catch-all phrase about local government and consulting on kaupapa that's within the Local Government Act. And so we will factor that into our engagement approach. And we have been guided by the provisions in the Local Government Act, where we do need to establish and maintain processes to provide opportunities for Māori to contribute to decision-making processes. So we will bring back something in more detail if you're happy with that recommendation to the next Komiti Māori hui on the 12th of December.
Move. Thanks, Jane. Councillor Nees, Councillor Eti. All those in favour say aye. Those against? No. Carried. Thank you. Oh, we're on the home straight. Right, carry on.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have Kerry Brown and Margaret Courtney who will speak to this. We do not have a presentation. This is an update, and it's really to reiterate that engaging with Māori in freshwater is significant, and that we have to be really flexible in the way that we do that. So you'll recall that we did have a round of huia iwi this year. We've had them in previous years too, and that general approach just wasn't yielding the quality kōrero that we were seeking because our time frame is very short. And so the approach of our team is to engage directly where the hapu and iwi or practitioners are able to do so. And I'll just leave it with our two staff members here.
Kia ora koutou, ko Margaret Courtney ahau. So our paper really is just in response to feedback that we had following the last Komiti Māori in terms of our approach using hui arohe previously. So we met as a staff and we brainstormed, I suppose, an approach. So basically it is, as you've talked about, a targeted approach with those iwi hapu tangata whenua that are already working on the ground in their freshwater projects that we can sort of tap into directly. So the engagement really is going to be on their terms when they're ready. We've already had, there's some examples in the paper that shows we've already had contact with a number of groups. Our challenge will be just setting those up over the coming months, but we are really gearing them up to have input in that submission, that feedback period from January to March, so that they understand the plans, the draft plans, which you are currently going through. And tomorrow is your one of your workshops. So it is sort of, our report is in response to that feedback that we got from August Komiti Māori, and very much a targeted approach, as you've already discussed. One other approach which I haven't put in the report, but which has come to light and we've been thinking about it, is the re-establishment of Ngākai Tohu Tohu, which is a Māori advisory technical group that was established a few years ago. Kerry might want to just...
Yeah, Ngākai Tohu Tohu was made up of tangata whenua representative experts or policy planner people, skilled people that were able to, or the purpose of that was to be able to inform some of the policy that goes into the plan change. So I guess the opportunity with re-establishing the rōpū is to identify those experts in the community and also support the review period
where the plan change will be shared with iwi during January to March, and remunerate skilled tangata whenua people accordingly to support. Yeah, so really,
Sorry.
Carry on.
Yeah, thank you for that. Sorry if you haven't finished. I still bear the scars of Plan Change 9, where we really did try hard to engage with tangata whenua up front, and yet consistently when we had the hearings, we heard you weren't talking to the right people because you weren't talking to me. So look, I think we've tried one way and tried really, really hard, and it hasn't perhaps delivered the outcomes we wanted. Trying another way, and hopefully it will give us better outcomes. But I do still believe we will get to the situation we had with Plan Change 9, where we hear once we've got a draft plan, you didn't talk to me about it. So I think what is important that we somehow demonstrate that we have done our very best to engage. That's the key message. And we did try that with Plan Change 9. We wrote a great big long list of all of the people that we talked to and when we had the meetings and all of that sort of stuff, but we still got that message, even though we tried really hard. So I think that's the important part, that we need to be demonstrating that we've really tried. And it's to the extent that tangata whenua can and want to be engaged, and they may not be ready to engage now. They may not be ready to engage until they've got something in front of them, which is the draft plan change. So I think we've just got to be realistic about that, but somehow try and show that we really have done our very best, but that you cannot force people to the table if they are too busy with other things.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I did attend one of the iwi or hui arohe. As opposed to Doug's experience, it was a packed room. There would have been, I don't know, like 40 to 50 people there. Ruben and Anaru were there. The Anaru wasn't there as a staff member at the time. Ruben was, ka roha ihoa. And it was a vibrant hui. Although, you know, for me, the resounding whakaaro from the room was like, oh yeah, you fellas are back here again. You fellas were here 10 years ago. Nothing's changed. Why should we believe you now? And that's my issue with this, as we've talked about the elephant in the room and we're at the whim of legislation and national policy statements that get handed from Wellington, that we run the risk that this MPSFM will change. I don't know whether the incoming government's going to, if there is a change, they're going to hold on to Te Mano o Te Wai, and then we've got to go back out and have these again and say, oh, actually, Te Mano o Te Wai, scratch that. That's the reality of the job.
But it won't be our fault.
Well, no, but we are the cannon fodder that heads back out there. That's why I said, actually, I'm not going to go to another hui arohe. And I was like, for me, the approach, it felt tick box. No criticism to staff. It was just a process. You go out there, you go, oh, here, you call it engagement, and oh, look, here's where we are. Here's where we are. What do you guys think? But what's that? The presentation from the last committee Māori with, what's his name, Mr. Hudson, James Hudson, that's an engagement process. But I can't say that we have and in terms of like, rather than saying, oh, this is where we are, it's an engagement process that says that where we listen to tangata whenua, where we set up a process where tangata whenua feel safe enough to actually communicate how they feel about these things. And then we take that and we go, oh, well, this is what they think. Sorry, we probably can't do much about that depending on the legislative framework of the government of the day, but at least we have integrity, which is I think what Jane was talking about. At least we know then that we had integrity in the process. And I think that's what's important when we go out, that at least for me anyway, sitting at this table, that I know representing this organisation that we had integrity in the process. The hui a rohe, I understand it, but for me, it didn't have the integrity, which is why I didn't want to participate any further. It was not a criticism to staff. It just was what it was because of the time pressures. We go, oh, let's go out and do that. It doesn't work. So a more targeted approach. Yes, PSGEs and so forth. But what I loved about James Hudson's one was that it was with kaitiaki working on the ground. It was the process that was set up, and that we find some way to take that data that's received, put into a matrix of some sort, and try to translate that across to our bureaucracy. And be straight up and honest about what we can and can't do, and that we're at the whim of the winds that arrive from Wellington. That's integrity in the process. Yeah, so that would be my commentary on that, Kilda.
I totally support the integrity element. One of the biggest things that I've witnessed in my time that works is when you go out, if you can find some in the iwi who have an exemplar, who can talk through a success that they're experiencing now by taking a lead in a particular area that relates to the topic itself, that actually draws attention, you know, rather than us being a talk fest around this is where it's at. We need to lay the foundations, but actually examining who in the crowd are doing some things that are really successful and actually getting to a point where they start leading the conversation. That's far more convincing than us becoming talking heads in this particular space. So when we do create an agenda around a particular topic matter, sometimes investigating who out there is actually doing such stuff on the ground and making a difference is I'm not sure that we do that well enough. Not sure that we do. I went to one recently where it was about fresh water, and I think it was Ngāti Rangiwewe, around their particular water issue. They gave a presentation for about half an hour on the success they were having by having control of their fresh water in Rangiwewe, and the Lakes Council had to actually come to them to talk about working together and permission. So it was led by them. And that was a great exemplar because it excited everybody else about the possibilities. And I think that's far more. So for me, looking at integrity, that's a way of building integrity into it. So if you're going to go out, find out who's out there is making and doing got a success story they can share. That actually might be different to what you're looking to try and achieve, but it actually gives you an insight into what actually works on the ground for those people and producing good results. So I'm just putting that up there as one instrument to look at integrity.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I support this targeted initiative. I think you're going to get a lot more mileage out of that. But in any event, there's the politics you're going to have to deal with. And if I look at some of the issues and the names highlighted here, a living example, and Katarina's aware of this, is a recent debate we've had in the Waitahi catchment with Upukarehi. Now, that relationship with the wider community in Upukarehi fell off the bus. And it was recovered by Marama Hui saying, this is our rohi, and the relationship is now like sand and cement. You know, it's rock solid. So they're just some difficulties you're going to have to manage, but force to your hand.
I'm just being reminded to make sure I get a mover and seconder for this recommendation. Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Easy. All those in favour say aye. Those against? None. Carried. Thank you. Last report. Kat. Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, your Komiti Māori Chair update, I'm going to take that as read. We do have the author in the room if you have any matters that you would like a conversation on. This report is generally the state of the Māori nation. I think it will be very different at the next Komiti Māori Hui, which will be in December. There might be some interesting things in that chair report.
Happy to move to receive the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Crosby. All those in favour say aye. Okay, those against? No, carried. Right, that brings us to a close. It's been a long day, councillors. Very good. I'll pass to Tari.
Kia ora te tiomana, me koutou, me mō te kauni hera, me ngā kai tautoko, kei te miha te kia koutou. I just want to thank you all for the lovely lunch. Anyway.
Sponsored by Griffins.
Sponsored by Griffins. On that happy note, kia tau kia tata katoa te ata whai o tō tātou ere kia hukarai te me te aroha te atua me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu ake, amen. Well,